Here. I'll give a brief introduction of the concept that Scott and I have for the panel, and then our panelists can join us as they see fit. Yeah, if you like, come on up. So the idea of meritocracy, that each person in this country can achieve whatever they may seek to achieve and be judged on the basis of their demonstrated abilities and merits, holds mythic status in the United States, both as it is embedded in our cultural mythos and in that it is deemed by many who study and theorize the idea to be simply a myth, a powerful story that isn't always realized. With last summer's Supreme Court ruling in Students for Fair Admissions v. Harvard, which effectively ended most affirmative action programs at US colleges and universities, and ongoing state and federal level dismantling of diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in government agencies, including universities, the merit of the idea of meritocracy has been placed back in the center of cultural debates. This panel, which asks the question of whether meritocracy exists, isn't meant to be a debate where we've invited one panelist to defend meritocracy and another to challenge it. Rather, we've invited two thinkers who bring intellectual critiques of meritocracy, but who do so from very different vantage points, in the hopes to create an educational space by offering thoughtful nuance to how people might understand meritocracy. Our first speaker is Richard V. Reeves, a social scientist, senior fellow at the Brookings Institute, and president of the American Institute for Boys and Men. Dr. Reeves' work centers on two key questions: where do inequalities persist in society today, and how can we most effectively address them? Reeves' latest book is Of Boys and Men: Why the Modern Male is Struggling, Why It Matters, and What to Do About It. Our second speaker is Yasmin Irizarry, a quantitative sociologist, race scholar, and associate professor in the Department of African and African Diaspora Studies at UT Austin. Dr. Irizarry is a leading thinker in quant crit, which applies concepts of critical race theory to quantitative study, and her research focuses on race and racism in K-16 schooling, categorization, identity, and description, social attitudes, prejudice, and discrimination, and justice, marginalization, and social control. Her scholarship has been published in leading journals such as Educational Research, Social Science Research, Sociology of Race and Ethnicity, and Race and Social Problems. Thank you both for being here, and now I'll turn it over to Scott.
Thank you for being with us today. I just met both of you this morning, but I think all of us on this panel have some very common interests. I'm an economist, and I asked my students, in my big 330 student class, what do economists do? And they often think it's about money, but I happen to be a labor economist who studies the economics of education, and so focus on college access and persistence. So I think this will be a very interesting discussion given recent course cases, and we'll start just by asking each of you to talk about your own research background, but given the focus of the topic, maybe start with your own definition of meritocracy, and in particular, why is it such a hot topic in the US today?
I guess I'll start. So thank you for having us. Thank you for the College of Liberal Arts for putting this together, to our moderators and to my fellow panelists. Defining, in terms of definition, I went back to my class, so I'm teaching sociology of education, and meritocracy was brought up pretty early. I give them an article on the first day that was published in the 60s by Ralph Turner on sponsored and contest mobility, which looks at different forms of mobility in society and compares the UK to the US. And what they learn is that the contest mobility is the US. And so in a way they learned that the idea of meritocracy is like a contest. And we try to define meritocracy in the class. And the first day they arrive, they define meritocracy often by what they hear in the news. And that could be many different things. They don't know really what it is, but they know that it matters, and they know that they know the word. And they feel they understand it. And I go, as especially a quantitative sociologist who in my other work spends a lot of time thinking about quantification and measurement. How do we operationalize and conceptualize? What does it mean? And so I ask them, how do we define it? And often the definitions end up using the very words. It's what you achieve with merit. And I go, well, what's merit? Right? And we run into circles because they go, it's what merit, because it's achievement, and you achieve with merit. And we kind of run in circles. Or, so that you're either in this kind of circular logic, or the other thing they do is they say what they've heard, right? It's, the opposite of DEI. I had a student who actually said that the first day, right? He said it's the opposite of DEI. And I said, well, I'm talking about meritocracy, not DEI, so let's define that, and then we can think about the connection. But then it was like, okay, what is the opposite of DEI? Meritocracy. What is meritocracy? The opposite of DEI, right? And so it became a circle again. And the truth is I don't know if I can give you a definition, because if I asked all of you to sit in working groups, you could spend half a day trying to figure it out, and I don't think any single group would come to a single agreement on what exactly at the core. I do know, though, that I went back to my students yesterday, so I was teaching class, and I told them I was going to do this. And I said, I'm going to be talking about meritocracy. I'm interested, now that we've had our first half of class, how do you define it? And one of my students said, this is just one of these things that's really hard to define, and anything you say, he's so funny. He says, anything that you say, somebody can just pick that and then attack that particular thing, so be careful. And the student next to him goes, yeah, don't mess it up. And I said, uh-oh, I'm in trouble. Don't come to the talk. And so the truth is that I don't know if I have a definition, because there is a way I conceptualize it based on maybe my critique of it. But even I really can't tell you exactly what it is. I can tell you how, what my students will do is go to Oxford. So one of them went to Oxford and said, it's the holding of power by people on the basis of ability. I said, oh, interesting. And then across the class, somebody else said, but what about opportunity? And if you have opportunity, is that ability? And they went back and forth, and then realized there's also issues about values. And then I said, and all that given, what about our interest in our commitment to ensuring that if it is ability, that there is opportunity? Is opportunity a part of that? I don't know. Some people would say yes, some people would say no. It depends on what their values and commitments are and where they're trying to apply the idea, because even though we think about it as an ideal, we end up using examples that are very specific. Like the same student who said, it's the opposite of DEI, said he's a pilot, so he applied it to, well, you have to have criteria to be a pilot. That's a really, really, really specific thing for something that supposedly is this large scale ideal that we have. And one of the things as a sociologist who does measurement I've discovered is that the truth is many of our abstractions and even many of our ideals, we ourselves have no real idea what they are. We just feel in our hearts they are right. And we know that they exist, and we define them often not by any specific collective idea of the sameness, but by the outcomes we think let us know that it's occurred. So we don't often think of meritocracy in definition, but rather when we see somebody has already achieved, right, it's the achievement, then we say they've done it because of merit. So we use the outcome to judge that it has occurred, but we can't define what has occurred. And so the truth is maybe I don't have a definition for you, because it would require me to define merit, and I'm not sure that there is a single definition for merit. I think that your values, your ideals, what group you're in, what particular moment and a particular situation you're applying it to or context will change. And those things will all play a role in what you think is meritorious, what is worthy, right? And who is then worthy? And there's a lot that plays into that. And so trying to think about merit and worthiness is not something that there is a single definition for. So that's the first part, right? So how do I that? And then ocracy would suggest that this exists on the whole in society. Well, if I don't have a single definition, how could I say that this thing that's multifaceted, multi-definitional, and rooted in very different values exists consistently across society? I can say the one thing is that we all believe in many ways it does, even if you think you don't believe that it exists. So I'll have students and they'll say, well, you are not a meritocracy. And I go, do you believe you got here based on your own achievements? And they go, yes. And I go, interesting, right? And so even when we try to, especially in a society where we're socialized to value that as an important value, even if it's an abstraction, still adhere to it, even if we may otherwise argue it also in the abstract that it's not realistic and doesn't exist. So I'm really excited for this panel, because I'm excited to have you leave having no clue what meritocracy is after you thought you knew exactly what it is when you arrived. And I hope maybe we'll answer the question that we have with more questions that'll hopefully get us at a place where one day, if that's a value we hold, we collectively agree that it's something important, something just, and that we all get to benefit from it.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Wow, follow that. First of all, thank you again for inviting me to be here. One of my other projects is liberalism. I'm the biographer of John Stuart Mill. And I think this event is very much in Mill's spirit. Mill said that if you are disagreeing with somebody, you should try and treat that person as someone who's trying to climb the same mountain, but just by a different route. And I like that. I like that idea of like the thinking. So when I'm arguing with somebody about something, we're disagreeing, I try to think about it, well, look, we probably want the same things. We're just disagreeing about the ends. That's not always true, of course, but it's usually true. And so the generosity of spirit of this event is, I think, important. So I want to thank you for that. My training, actually, to the extent I have academic training, is in philosophy. And if you think it's difficult explaining what economists do, Bertrand Russell was one of my favorite philosophers, and actually Mill's godson, weirdly. Bertrand Russell was once asked, well, he said, I'm a philosopher, and a student thinking about going to university said, well, what do philosophers do? And Russell said, well, in the morning you clarify a few concepts, and in the afternoon you make a few distinctions. It's a living. And so that's basically what philosophy does. That's what we're doing here, I think, is trying to clarify this concept of merit. Amartya Sen said, the problem with the idea of merit is that it's almost always defined by the people who've won. So you define merit from the top of the socioeconomic hierarchy, very often, and not coincidentally, by reference to the things you're good at. If you're good at something and it got you to the top, then you might say, well, that's merit, right? And so I think that the question of what it is really matters. I think in the spirit of a debate, though, I will offer a bit of a partial defense of merit. I come at this as someone who's a US citizen now, but from the UK, and we've actually had the pleasure before of debating this issue. One of the things I find interesting about the US compared to the UK is that the US has a somewhat more ruthlessly effective class reproduction machine than the UK does. But you wouldn't think that. Because in the US, the class reproduction machine operates under the camouflage of meritocracy and classlessness. At least in the UK, the posh people, the successful people, have the decency to feel guilty. Some of the time. I found it extraordinary moving to the US to be in these upper middle class places where these people had just done amazingly, to use a quote that's perhaps overused, born on third base, thinking they'd hit a triple, and guilt-free, hogging their tax breaks, opposing zoning laws, school integration policies, and genuinely feeling like they were like, this is, well, I've done really well, and that can only be because of my own awesomeness. It's much less true in other countries, right? And so that's very dangerous because you don't realize how you've got there. But I will say in closing, perhaps just to kick things off, but a little bit, of course, the definition of merit is going to depend on where it is, right? Being able to clear a jump high is probably a good measure of merit in the high jump contest, right? In education, it's going to be something different. In the labor market, something different. I would offer a partial defense of the idea of meritocracy, defined as Michael Young did in A Warning in 1959 in the book that gave birth to the term, as something like effort plus ability. And so I'll offer a partial defense that I think meritocracy as a principle of effort plus ability in the labor market is actually quite a good principle. I think the idea that a job or a promotion, pay rise should go to the person who is adding the most value, has the most ability in whatever that thing is, plus effort. I think that's a good principle, and I think that's been a very liberating principle by and large, especially for women and people of color over the last few decades in the US. The education system, however, should not be meritocratic. The education system should be anti-meritocratic. The education system should provide the most resources and the most help to those who are struggling the most. Right now, the US education system invests the most in the people who've already got the most. And so the problem is that by the time you hit the labor market, the inequalities are already baked in. And then we look to employers and the labor market to try and fix the problems that we didn't fix earlier on. And so my basic proposition here is that meritocracy is for grown-ups. And so if we actually had a properly more egalitarian, anti-meritocratic education system, maybe we could have a more meritocratic labor market. But because we fail so spectacularly in the first 25 years of someone's life, especially in this country, we then try and use the labor market to correct for that. And that is the wrong way to do it. So meritocracy for grown-ups, not meritocracy for kids.
Very interesting. It already asked answered some of my questions.
Should we go?
Maybe we should get into the nuances of it. But I was going to ask, does it exist, or does it just exist but in a flawed form? And I think, Richard, you already answered that to an extent, that in the labor market, meritocracy exists to some extent, and you would argue that in the educational system, it shouldn't exist.
It shouldn't exist.
Can I add to that,
Yeah.
actually? So it's true in many ways it does exist. And I mean, as a Black woman, I'm used to having the conversation of being overqualified for something. I just had this conversation with one of my students. He goes, I went to visit one of these universities, and he said, the other two Black students that were admitted to this university, they had also been admitted to the top Ivy Leagues, and so had he. But the other students, some of them had, and some of them hadn't. They were just local. That was their only school. It was just and they were still qualified to attend that school. There was nothing about them that made them unqualified or unfit to be there. They had shown merit, but his sense that often a sense that becomes a conversation of the overqualification. And the reason I'm gonna mention this is because it doesn't mean, even in the context where that overqualification exists, doesn't mean that even in adulthood, merit always exists. So then I think I'll go to something that Dr. Z said earlier, because racialization still matters. And the other side of this merit is that there's still racial ideology, there's still gender ideology and other ideologies that shape how somebody looks at you and the extent to which they believe that you are even there because of merit, even once you've gotten there, right? So, and I remember my son who went to the Liberal Arts and Science Academy. So anybody that's local will know, especially if you are in those circles of inequality in education. That's the testing academy, right? In this area, similar to maybe Bronx, there's the Bronx Academy and when he was there, he wasn't in the top 5%, but he did get into UT competitively. He was one of just a handful of Black students at this school. The school was 1.9% Black. And I distinctly remember him coming, so excited he was admitted, and told his friends, and they said to him, "Of course you got in, you're Black." And it was in that moment, all the work he had done, all the test scores, all the disappeared. And that happens in so many ways. The East Asian student who's told, "Of course you did well in calculus, you're Asian." But at the same time, shapes how people think about whether you have even gotten to that point and are worthy of moving on at that point. Because the body you embody comes with ideas that people subconsciously associate with different dispositions and abilities that go beyond your demonstration, such that you have to prove yourself after the fact. So you can have gotten the position, and yet we constantly have to, when we have a new Supreme Court justice that is in a body that is not the body that we have seen most of our Supreme Court justices embody, all of a sudden there's more questions and going, well, maybe they're being selected because of race, because of gender. And then you pull out the CV, and the CV is spectacular. You're like, wait, this person has accomplished so much. But why did we have to pull out the CV in the first place? Did not the very nature that they were selected for the position at the job at that point suggest that their CV was enough, but then it was still questioned. And if it can continue to be questioned, then we have to continue thinking that, yes, I totally agree about the education point, but then in the labor market, we would have to continue to question what happens after you leave, let's say, the place that is anti-meritocratic and enter this meritocratic space, where now supposedly everything you've accomplished is about you, but somehow, if you embody a body that's seen as part of a collective, that's homogenized as part of a collective, that's the word that was used earlier was seen as a monolith, rather than an individual, you don't always get to just be an individual. And part of meritocracy is individualism. That idea that you get to be an individual and their individual achievements got you there. But when you are in a body that's also homogenized, that's seen as part of a monolith, those ideals of that monolith follow you. And so we have to think both about what happens in terms of meritocracy in our education space, but if we think about it in workspace and in other spaces, how does a person embodies, and the ideas, the scripts, the underlying notions that we have about that body and that person in that body shape all kinds of other opportunities, even if we were to, let's say, be anti-meritocratic in our education space.
I just want to comment on something you said earlier, and then maybe say something that will spark a disagreement between us, which would be fun and maybe useful. You made a distinction earlier between merit and worth, and I think that's really worth underlining. In the original book on meritocracy from Michael Young, when Young came up with the term meritocracy, by the way, he was very worried about it because one of the roots is Greek and one of the roots is Latin. I can't remember which one it is, but I guess ocracy is Greek. Someone in the room is going to know. Ocracy, and merit is Latin, right? And he's like, well, I've created a word that has half a Latin root and half a Greek root, and I'm worried people won't take it seriously. This is what you worried about in the 50s, apparently. But he wrote the book as a warning, and it was exactly for that reason. And there's a figure in his novel who is the factory worker who's struggling and then becomes unemployed, but is the best rose gardener in England. So makes the most beautiful rose gardens. And what the book actually goes, what Young says is like, what about the rose gardener? And so what I take from that is the idea that you can have merit applied, say, in the labor market, doesn't mean that that should underpin the intrinsic worth of that person. And whilst I think it should guide whether they get the job, I think you do want the best person to be a professor or a Supreme Court justice. That doesn't mean that that person is better. Being a better professor doesn't make you a better person. And I think in the US, those two ideas have gotten a bit too fused, and that has undermined some of the necessary welfare provisions that I think should accompany a relatively free labor market. People tend to forget that the Scandinavian countries have very free markets. They also just have very generous welfare systems alongside those very free markets. And I think that's quite a good way to think about it. But maybe just to have I'll be interested to see what your response to this is. I was very pleased by Justice Jackson's appointment. I thought it was a mistake for President Biden to announce in advance that he was going to put a black woman in that position. And the reason I thought it was a mistake to announce that in advance was because I think it really did open the door to exactly those kinds of questions that then arose. If you pre-announce, I'm only going to hire from this particularly defined demographic group, I think it made it much easier for people to do what you quite rightly criticize them for doing, which is to say, well, was she really qualified? Because off the bat, you already narrowed the case. And so I thought it was a really big mistake to say in advance he was going to do that, even though I was delighted that he did. So I don't know whether it's a disagreement I have with a lot of friends about this, so I'd love to know what you think about that.
You know, that's difficult because there are the stated commitments we want to make to ensure that people do have opportunities, given that they have the CVs, and those stated, if they're not stated, often they're lost, right? And even the truth is, even when they're stated, they're still lost. People often make commitments and then somehow You look at, let's say in academia, our pool of candidates, and they go, it's just so hard. And there'll be stated commitments, and maybe in stated commitments to increase diversity here or there in these different kinds of ways. And then sometimes they're not even achieved, sometimes they are. But often in spaces where they're not stated, they're not achieved. It is possible to not state that and achieve that, because then you see it reflected already there. Right? And so it is possible he could have not said that and done it. Sometimes I'm just like, act. Yes. At what point do people act?
That's what I wish you'd done.
And so, because I spend a lot of time hearing about people loving diversity and then being in spaces where I'm the only face that's brown, right? And wondering, how much do you really love it? It's just being said a lot. When are we actually committing to it in action? And there are people with great CVs, so it doesn't really take much, like I said about this overachievement, like it doesn't take much work to find someone with a great CV from many different backgrounds, because people are spectacular. And if we truly believe that these attributes that people are born with, that are just attributes that have histories to them, and they do shape histories, opportunity, wealth, and other things, but don't actually define individuals and their capacity and their worth, then we should, when we look around in a room and don't see them represented, ask ourselves why we don't and what we're doing to change that. Because if we really believe that those attributes don't shape that, then why aren't they at the table, right? And why aren't they shaping the table? Why aren't they deciding which table? And so when I see that, and so then I have to question people, do you really think they are? And then that gets back to like, do you really believe they are capable? And I think that those beliefs are why then people say, oh, well, he says he's gonna hire a black woman, now I know she's not gonna be capable, because people already believe it. That's the problem. If the nature of the idea is already there, if somebody said they were gonna hire somebody from Harvard, no one would be like, ugh, or just from Yale, ugh. We don't look at those distinctions as distinctions that matter differentially. But if you say, I'm gonna hire a black woman, there are differential ideas about what we believe in capacity. Otherwise, it shouldn't signal anything. Just like it wouldn't signal saying, I'm gonna hire somebody from a certain area or from a certain school, if we believe those distinctions aren't there. But when we start believing there are distinctions, and that those distinctions are part of then their value, their capacity, maybe even their worthiness, right? Then the minute that's stated, the minute the commitment is stated, all of that baggage goes along with it. But the truth is that stating those commitments can be important, but the problem is we spend a lot of time stating commitments that aren't reflected in who's at the table, who gets to decide what table we're sitting at, and who's in all these spaces. And so, for me, really seeing those shifts is what represents, in some ways, this idea of whether someone is committed to those stated values. And so then this gets at this idea of like opportunity, right? This is my students were debating opportunity, like how do we think about it? And I told them, when we ended that conversation, I said, to what extent do we collectively and as individuals have a responsibility to ensure that if we even want to buy into an idea of meritocracy or merit, that we ensure everyone has a chance to achieve it? Rather than just saying at this point, we're gonna hire the best person. Does that employer have a commitment? Does the state have a commitment? Do we as maybe faculty or as leaders in other ways, right? Does the media, who has the commitment? If no one has the commitment, society stays the same. And if every individual says, well, in this place, I'm just picking the best person, then they're not stating their commitment. They're not actually committing. At what point do we decide there need to be commitments to ensuring that if we want to pick, let's say, someone who is best fit for something, that we offer opportunities to nurture that best in everyone so that those people rise and find a place that they are passionate about, regardless of where they come from. But we don't do that, and we don't have any stated commitments and effort to create those opportunities. In fact, we often dismantle them. And then still talk about merit, and it's just difficult. And so part of this is like, interesting as it gets into the idea of like a praxis. So I'm a Black feminist scholar, and part of Black feminism, which is really rooted in the history of just looking at how Black women have worked in trying to make change. I think about Ida B. Wells Barnett, her work around the anti-lynching campaigns. She was actually, a lot of people don't recognize, and I had the honor of adding sociologist to her Wikipedia page, because in her red record, she speaks to students of sociology. People didn't see her as a scholar because they see her as an activist. But no, she was a scholar who had a stated commitment and then acted on that commitment, actively acted on that commitment, and acted on it in her own life. And so I think about this, and I often run into this because even with thinking about this contest, part of it is about our stated broad commitments, but our own personal commitments. Most people that are sitting in this room have had some form of opportunity that was given to them that is not readily available to everybody. And most of the parents in this room have in some way leveraged something to offer opportunity to their own children that other people don't have opportunities. So I struggle in my own life thinking, what does a more meritocratic society look like? Does it look like me as a Black woman getting into a position where I can finally do and then just ensuring my own kids can go to private school? Or do I send them to public school and make sure those public schools are better so everybody has good education? That's a really difficult choice. A lot of my colleagues choose private school and choose well-off private schools because they want for their children, and so I don't judge them. But that's a praxis, and that's important. How do we say, as a society, we're committed to something, but as individuals, everybody's children are in Eanes County schools, or at LASA, or at all these like elite schools, or at Magellan, or all these places that we make sure they're in the best educational spaces. We make sure they have all the tutors and all the opportunities. We hustle every little opportunity available to them, every little avenue, as individuals, while simultaneously writing about, and hopefully, and maybe in some ways, advocating against that in society. And so as a Black feminist, like, I've struggled with that with praxis. What does it mean to have this commitment? That commitment sometimes means you make decisions that you collectively value an opportunity for a collective over a gaming of a system for your own children. And that's a really, really difficult thing to grapple with. But when I think about positionality, it's really easy to ask other people to make efforts and commitments that we're not willing to make ourselves. How many of you would be willing to say, my kid really did not get into that school. They did not do sufficient work to get in there. And the $20,000 tutor I hired to help them get their application together could have been better spent putting $20,000 towards a foundation to ensure that that education is accessible more broadly for a lot of children.
A lot to unpack here, so I'm going to take a little bit of what you each said, rephrase it, see if you agree or disagree, but then focus on potential policies that might get to a more ideal society. So what I heard succinctly from Richard is that we should have meritocracy in the labor market, put the best people in the best jobs, but the educational system should not be meritocratic. I would rephrase it to say we should have equal opportunity, but let individual effort result in the outcomes. Equal opportunity, but potentially not equal outcomes. And so what policies would we get at? One, you could agree or disagree, but what policies should we focus on to create that opportunity for everyone?
Okay. Well, let me say a little bit more about what I meant by an anti-meritocratic education system, where right now, if you look at the young people who are doing best in terms of standard measures of academic achievement, they're the ones that the resources go to, and they're the ones that the future resources go to. So a kid who's doing really well will get into an AP class, and then they'll get tutoring, and then they'll go to an expensive college, which is massively subsidized, through various tax breaks and endowments and so on. But the kid who's really struggling, maybe doesn't get through high school, drops out. If they're lucky, they might get onto an apprenticeship. We spend about $1 on apprenticeships for every $100 we spend on higher education in the US, for example. And so for me, it's about the resource allocation. And so right now, I think we're just used to a system where we say, okay, well, this kid's really good. They're really bright. They're doing really well. So let's spend even more money on them, right? And I actually think we should do the opposite. I think we should be saying the kid who's doing really well and is really bright, I'm not saying we shouldn't give them any support, but they should get less support than the kid who's really struggling. and maybe actually doesn't have some of the same cognitive abilities, right? Isn't going to ace the SAT or the ACT or whatever. That's the young person we should be investing the most in. And it's very interesting, you look at higher education, the students who benefit most from going to excellent institutions like this one are the ones who are from poorer backgrounds. The ones who are from more affluent backgrounds, it doesn't matter so much where they go. And they certainly don't need massive government subsidies. The thing that sent me down the path to my previous book, Dream Hoarders, was some of these exact questions, which is, we can be provocative here, right? Is the willingness of upper middle class Americans to put the right signs on their lawn, to have the right views about the right cultural issues, but they really don't want their neighborhood rezoned to allow in more affordable housing. Try doing as Barack Obama did. Try taking away their 529 college savings accounts, the most regressive element of the US tax code. It's just giving money to people who don't need it so that their kids can go to college at even lower cost. It's outrageous, but Barack Obama became the only president in living memory to propose getting rid of 529 accounts and then ask his own party to vote against his own idea before it even got to Congress, because the backlash from the upper middle class people who probably had the right signs in their yard was so intense that he had to abandon the policy, right? And so that's just one tiny example from the tax code of the way that we just hurl educational resources through wonderful institutions like this, et cetera, at predominantly upper middle class kids who are the ones who need it least. Could we just take the funding structure of US education, K-12 and higher education, and turn it on its head? I supported Donald Trump's tax on the endowments of elite colleges. Not everyone loved that position I took on it, by the way. But it's like, you know what? There's some pretty big endowments there. I'm not convinced that they're using it to let in lots of, they'll say, oh, we use it to let in lots of like lower income kids. I'm like, do you? And so I think that what's happening sometimes right now in our politics and our culture is a justified, in some cases, reaction from all kinds of people, from different backgrounds. Like, the current education system is rigged in favor of the kids who already have lots of opportunity. At the very least, let's unrig it. We don't have anything close to a level playing field now, partly because that's what I mean by anti-meritocratic.
Let me push back just a little bit with Richard. So, talk college admissions. I would agree with you in terms of the elite Ivies, but I would say that University of Texas, University of California system where Texas used to be top 10%, then went to 6%, then went to 5%, at least partially levels the playing field, but based on where you...
Percent of what?
Top 5% of students in each high school are automatically admitted to UT, for example.
Yeah.
And so I would say that
people start gaming that, don't they, by moving to a place where their kids can get...
How prevalent that is unclear, but I would at least say that it provides many tournaments in which, based on where you live, which is largely economically segregated, that it allows students at particular schools, some very low income, others high income, to compete with each other for admissions to, the University of Texas. Does that policy do enough to help level the playing field?
Helps, but just in the spirit of provocation, why not just do a lottery?
So what was interesting is the school that my son went to, LASA, Liberal Arts and Science Academy, is a magnet school inside of LBJ, a predominantly Black and Latino, predominantly low-income school in Northeast Austin. What was originally a science academy was put there in the 80s so that Austin could get out of desegregation order, because it was under desegregation order because it was immensely segregated even into the early 80s. Their solution for that was to put magnet schools in low-income schools that would draw white students by in return for suffering the horrid thing of having to go to black and brown schools, in return would receive all kinds of benefits and resources through these magnet programs. And this is during a time of a nation at risk, and so IBM, you also get the tech industry gets really involved in funding these academies that are in these schools. Well, what's interesting about this academy, so this academy is there, even though at a previous time, by the time my son was there, was only 1.9% black. When it was initially established, it was 25% black, in a school that was predominantly black. And so what was interesting is when they did the top 10% program, all of the LASA students took all of the spots that belonged to the local youth. And instead were given to LASA. As a result, they actually advocated to split the schools into 2 separate schools so that the LBJ students wouldn't lose their spots, because they were all taken by LASA students, which were students at the time, many of them who didn't even grow up in Austin, but whose parents would buy apartments in the city so that they could qualify. Talking about gaming the system. They actually, the year that I got there, they had to create a policy that said that the child had to live in the city for at least a year or 2 before they could apply, because parents would buy apartments, 1-bedroom apartments in the city, and then apply for their children to go there, even though they lived in outside of the district, often in wealthier areas. But the school was so prestigious, having the benefit of going to a free private school, a free private school in essence, was worth the cost of a 1-bedroom apartment in Austin when it was still $500, right? So I guess the equal opportunity thing is interesting, because at what point would it start? And at what point will we acknowledge, when we get to the next point, unless the previous point was also equal opportunity, it's already been gamed. And so then that's why the contest and sponsor mobility is interesting, because in the article, Turner says in the UK, they try to capture very early who supposedly has merit in these areas in order to be moved into the spaces of being elite, and that they try to do it in a way that can't be gamed by class and other things. And the students find that totally unjust. They go, this is an unfair system. It is unfair. My students are incensed when they find this out, right? But if we talk about equal opportunity, then it makes sense to me that we would go as early as possible before it could be gamed, and figure out if it's supposedly about the individual, their capacities, and then look at it. Now, I'm not advocating for a system like that, but it seems that if that were what we were looking for, that was where we would have to start. Otherwise, we could say every point is equal opportunity and ignore the fact that the previous point wasn't likely equal opportunity, or was likely gamed, even though it had on its face a supposed sense of equal opportunity. And then this is like most of sociology of education. They go, in this moment, did this thing happen? Controlling for everything that's happened prior to this moment. And I go, you mean controlling for all the previous opportunity hoarding? I actually used that language in one of my articles. They did not like it. I said that I was controlling for previous opportunity hoarding to see where the opportunity hoarding was happening in there, in addition to the previous opportunity hoarding. They were very unhappy. It took like 4 rounds of review to convince them to leave that language in there. I guess what I'm saying is that I am not against equal opportunity or equality. The problem is that at what point do we get to that? And if we do it only in one space and ignore the fact that it doesn't exist much of anywhere else, unless we have the power to also change it there, that the students arrive to that space and it's truly not equal. Because when they arrive to that space, there's already been so much unequal that has happened that there's nothing equal about that point anymore. And so we have to spend time thinking about, maybe we want to try to attend to policies that are about equalizing, but we have to think about the fact that there are power dynamics. And so this brings me to one other thing. My students got to read an article about South Africa and what happened post-apartheid with education. So in South Africa post-apartheid, pre-apartheid, the white dominant minority controlling group had mostly boarding schools. They were actually British boarding schools and things like that. And then the Afrikaners had schools that were like very elite private schools. And then you had like the colored, and they had like, think about them like they're like Catholic archdiocese schools, right? And then by the time you got to the Bantustans, where all of everyone designated as black, the schools were single-room schoolhouses that were leaking, right? That had every grade. And then the end, of apartheid, and they're negotiating how it's going to change. And yes, they wanted to equalize. They weren't actually trying to even do equity. They were just trying to do equal. But equal means that either you're going to lower what's happening with the boarding schools to bring everybody on the same plane, and let's say everybody's now in our Archdiocese Catholic school, right? And they all look like that. Or you're gonna raise the Bantustan schools so they're all at boarding schools, right? One is, at both of them, there's kind of a change that happens. Either you're gonna have to find enough money to put everyone in a boarding school, or you're gonna be lower, and the parents that had the money said, absolutely not, we're gonna bail out and take our money with us. And so in order to keep the parents that had the money, because a lot had been privatized post-apartheid, and a lot of that wealth was in the hands of very few people, in order to keep them invested, they allowed them, they said, okay, we'll do equal schools, but you can then charge tuition for your schools to get extra money, which both created a much more elite opportunity for education in those spaces and excluded people who couldn't afford to go to those schools. And so equal then became unequal because people with money could buy out of an equal system. And so then this takes me back to the question about, like, is it possible to flip education on its head when the people who have the money to decide are likely just gonna flee to another school district? I mean, that literally was white flight. And we have an education system in the United States. You can look at the years. Look at the year that Westlake High School was established. And ask yourself, why is it in the early 70s? And what was happening in Austin at that time? And why is that school still almost majority, if not entirely white, right? And then when we have to reflect on that, the question becomes, yes, it would be lovely, but that also feels like an ideal that's difficult to achieve, because how do you get people who have the money and make the decisions about supposedly what is the criteria of merit to buy into a system that in essence would say, you shouldn't be able to hoard that just for you. Because part of it is that they have that money, but part of it is they want more, and part of it is they want it for them, right? And so, and getting that buy-in. So I'm just putting that out there.
I think the consensus is early educational investment is something that could work. But I'd like to hear from the audience. We have about 10 minutes left if there's any questions for our panelists.
They're on the
Oh,
computer.
I'm going to start at the bottom. Is it possible to reform these systems when the people in charge benefit from the myth of meritocracy?
Ask the nonsense.
I think it depends on whether everybody else agrees that they should be reformed. The other side of the coin is that part of the reason that the system exists is because there is social control and adherence, because everybody else who isn't in the elite imagines one day they will also get there. That's part of the contest mobility. It's really funny. So the contest continues to happen. And the idea is by the time you realize you're never going to win the contest, you're too old. And by then you're just convincing your kids it's their turn. You'll win the contest, right? I didn't quite get the picket fence and the house and all these things. But if I invest in you, you can continue playing the contest. And it becomes like a intergenerational contest game where people just never realize that the game was never meant for them to win. That it was meant for most people to be losers. And if you actually collectively had people realize, guess what? Most of us are not going to like create our own meme crypto coins and become like millionaires, or have, invested in GameStop at the right time, or have, created some obscure thing that is going to garner us millions and millions of dollars. That the truth is the majority of us will not land in that type of wealth. We will not make it to that point. That sometimes it's okay not to even achieve that you can be content without it if we agree that there should be a certain standard of living that everyone gets to benefit from what we have. But part of it is that the masses still buy into it as well. It's not just that the elite control and the masses are just kind of not agentic, they're not acting. The problem is that the masses also act with the idea that they one day will also win. That could be them. We emulate it in, the Walmart Birkin. Have y'all seen this? So everybody, people know what a Birkin is. Oh, there's some good nods, that's right, because we're in an elite space. So people know what a Birkin is, right? And so a Birkin is this very expensive purse. It makes Louis Vuitton look like a cheap side piece, right? And you need to get in line to get a Birkin, and they can even decide, should you have a Birkin, right? And what's interesting is I saw Tressie McMillan Cotton, great scholar, sociology of education scholar, and brilliant mind. She did a little think piece on Instagram about the Walmart Birkin. And people were buying, so Walmart does a copy of the Birkin. that people start reviewing, talking about it looks so much like a Birkin. First of all, anybody who owns a Birkin will likely know it's not a Birkin. But right now there's this like need to try to like buy the knockoffs to try to say we shouldn't have this wealth. Well, she says the truth is, whether you buy the Walmart Birkin or you buy the elite Birkin, the truth is in society, it's not about what you can buy, because the person that can truly, that truly benefits from the Birkin, we would assume their Birkin was real even if they were carrying a Walmart Birkin, right? So I have a colleague, she loves knockoff Louis Vuittons, so not the Birkin, she loves knockoff Louis Vuittons. She tells me in secret, this is not a real one, I got it from, someplace. But all my colleagues thought that her Louis Vuitton was real because they couldn't imagine her, who she was, carrying a fake Louis Vuitton. And so it didn't matter whether she bought a real or fake one. Whereas I would either buy a real one and try to convince people, not even buy the one with LVs, but buy the really fancy one that doesn't look like it, so people could look and imagine that I possibly could own that, right? And so, and all of this is in mimicry in the end of trying to one day supposedly demonstrate that we've achieved that too, and we do it through consumerism, and we do it through, code switching and everything else, with the idea that maybe one day we'll achieve that instead of realizing that likely we won't. And that upholds the system as much as those who have the power maintaining the ideals of what supposedly makes someone the best person, what makes them meritorious.
I have a question for you, Richard, and it says, how has the idea of meritocracy affected the modern male population? So I have to admit before you answer the question that my co-author at UC Davis and I were talking about writing a book about the plight of males in education, and I have an alternative title which was called The Lost Boys. So I liked yours equally well, but
a report came out in the UK this week with that title, The Lost Boys. And I'll just say one thing on the previous question. I think it's incredibly difficult to shift resources in the way we're talking about, especially when it goes against the self-interest of the people with the power and the money. I think we have to be honest. There are political scientists in the room who can probably address that better than me. But I do think, as policy shifts, I sometimes think there are some interesting opportunities open up. I live in Tennessee now, and you're seeing a real rise in school choice again, and what they call backpack funding. In other words, the kind of money following the student. And of course, that's fiercely opposed on the political left. But what's interesting is that you can imagine once those systems are in place, why not argue that if you're going to have that kind of funding, voucher funding basically, let's just make sure that the value of the voucher goes up sharply with the socioeconomic position of the kid. Imagine a world where like the poorest kid has a voucher worth $30,000 a year, and my kids have one worth $10,000 a year, and then see what that does to the education market. So I think there could be some opportunities, even if some of the kind of center-right changes we're seeing in education policy around that. Actually, the work on mobility and opportunity is one of the things that led me to this issue around men. Because men without a college degree in particular have gone backwards on pretty much every economic and social measure we have. The intersection of race means that black boys and men are in particular the ones who are, I think, at the sharp edge of some of these intersections, and we've talked about that before. I just did a report in Boston, for example, where we saw there's a 20 percentage point gap in college enrollment between black men and black women, 20 points. It's single figures for the other groups. And the work that Raj Chetty and his team did showing this lack of upward mobility for men from lower income backgrounds has really influenced a lot of my work in this space. He in particular found that the main cause of the black-white intergenerational mobility gap was the lack of upward mobility among black men, which of course then massively affects black women, right? But it was really a story about men. And so I think that, this is my new job now, but I think that the significant failure to address the declining economic and social prospects of many men in the US has actually created a number of problems in our economy, in our culture, and I think arguably in our politics too now. You're starting to see some governors, Wes Moore, Gretchen Whitmer, in their states of the state make strong statements about the need to do more for young men. And so I think that's a good sign. But I think we've been slow, honestly, to realize that You know, when you have whole swaths of society who are just considerably worse off than their parents were, and that most of those are men, that doesn't end well.
So we're about out of time. I just want to leave a minute each for you to have some concluding thoughts.
Like a real minute.
Oh.
Academics.
I think, I guess some concluding thoughts. I would say one of the things that I didn't get a chance to mention, but I think is important, is that earlier Richard mentioned the idea of the best person. And I'm interested in I think it's important that we all reflect, what does it mean to say best person? What does it mean to say someone is best? And what kinds of things do we do to decide that? The other part of that is, to what extent are those things that people need to always have ambition for rather than something that we nurture in them? So it may be that somebody doesn't show ambition for something, doesn't mean we can't nurture it. I think this actually reflects some of the things that we talk about with men and boys. Is then the goal then, if they're not showing the ambition for something, mean that they would not be great at it? Were we not to nurture it in them? And so then the question of best person and how we get to that point, or even how we define it, is often an important part of all this. Who would really make the best professor? What values? What is it their, H index, or is it their the grants they bring in, or is it the number of students that say they feel differently because they've entered their class? What kinds of values do we think about? What does a person's background and what they've experienced shape that? What does they achieved? What shaped that, right? So when we say best person. And then in connection that, can we then nurture that? Is this something that has to be something that everyone strives and struggles to achieve? And if there hasn't been struggle and ambition and this kind of force for it, then it's not valuable, that we create this game that everybody has to like climb and talk about their struggle story to, rather than talking about, imagine a different story where instead of all of us were like, I struggled to this point and I struggled in my life. We said that my teachers loved me and they nurtured my love of numbers, and they used to give me activities, and I just found my passion, and I had time to imagine myself doing these things. And that if we could provide that for everybody, then I could end up being the best person for something that right now I have no clue I could even do, because I've never even had the chance to imagine it. And so I think it throws on its head like this idea of, what do we mean by best person, and to what extent do we want to create something where everybody has to race and challenge their way to that as part of this meritocracy, rather than something that we nurture in our youth from the moment that they enter education and they enter the public.
I had an experience when I was working in Downing Street for the British government, and on Tuesday nights I would travel from Downing Street to a wooden hut to be a scout leader, and changed into my scout leader uniform as a junior leader. And the group scout leader was a guy called Skip, who was an unemployed factory worker. But as far as our scout group was concerned, he was like a demigod. He was Skip. And the reason I raise that is because the problem is not that we want people who are good at different things in different places, but it's that merit does not equal worth. And as a society, we have to make sure that we are valuing people for all of the different things they bring to the table, not just for their economic value. And so I think it's perfectly fine to have a meritocratic market, but we don't want a narrowly meritocratic society. And we certainly don't want to make the mistake of judging people, their contribution to their families and their communities, using only economic rationale. I think that was the original warning of Michael Young's book on meritocracy, is don't let this become the dominant ethical mode through which we judge each other. And I think that's the line to draw. We don't have to abandon meritocracy. We just don't want it to be the main lens through which we view each other's goodness. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I think that's it. Thanks so much. Familiar with the academic committee. That was fine. It didn't need to be anything.
Gonna give people about 30 seconds to mill around. Hey, how are you? So I'm going to get going on this. Again, my name is Dan Oppenheimer. I'm Director of Public Affairs for the College of Liberal Arts and one of the organizers of this event, and I get to be the moderator for this session, in part because it was my idea to do it. And the title of this session is Who Are the Real Elite? And we'll get into that question in a second, but I want to introduce our panelists. So immediately to my right is Kristen Soltis Anderson, who is an author, speaker, commentator, and pollster with 2 decades of experience in opinion research. She's a founding partner of Echelon Insights, a firm that provides polling, focus groups, and analytics to clients in the political, corporate, and nonprofit sectors. She's the author of The Selfie Vote, Where Millennials Are Leading America and How Republicans Can Keep Up, and is an on-air political contributor at CNN. She's also a contributing opinion writer for the New York Times and has a Substack newsletter called Codebook. To her right is Michael Lind, who sent us a very short bio, which I thought was kind of a flex, Michael, on your part. Michael Lind is the economics editor of Commonplace. He's a fellow at the New America Foundation, and he is the author of numerous books, including The New Class War. He was faculty at the UT Austin LBJ School of Public Affairs until a few years ago, when he said goodbye to all that. I don't want to grade any more papers. I'm just going to write and think. And as I learned last night, landscape my ranch outside of Austin in really interesting ways, optimized for animals rather than humans. And to his right is William Deresiewicz, who's an essayist, critic, and the author of 5 books, including Excellent Sheep and The End of Solitude, selected essays on culture and society. His work has appeared in the New York Times, The Atlantic, Harper's, and many other publications. He is a former professor of English at Yale University. He's now based in Portland, Oregon. So thank you to the 3 of you for joining us here today. And I think I just want to start with some kind of opening statements just on the question. Originally, this panel was titled, Who Are the Elite? And then we realized that was maybe not a focused enough question. There's too many answers to that. So the real question to you is, who are the real elite? I don't know. Bill, do you want to start?
Oh, sure. I don't know that I have an answer to the question. I think the question generates questions that I think are more interesting probably than most answers we could give. Like, why are we asking the question in the first place? Why do we feel the need to ask the question as if we don't know? What does it say about our society or about us or about the way we perceive our society that we're not sure who the elite are? I think probably in past societies, obviously they're all very different from each other, but say in many past societies, we wouldn't have needed to ask that question. The second question is obviously, what do we mean by elite? And in some ways it has to do with the previous panel. Elite and meritocracy they're not the same. There may be somewhat overlapping categories, but we could imagine different ways of defining elite. The word has connotations of status. So if we talk about elite education, for example, in some respects that's about status. Also, it has connotations of excellence. You know, if we talk about an elite athlete, I think we know that refers to excellence rather than status. But I'm not sure we're so interested in the question for either of those reasons. I think about C. Wright Mills' book, The Power Elite. So maybe we're most interested in who's actually running things. Which is a very important question to ask, but again, it brings me back to why don't we know that? Or why is there doubt? And that, in turn, raises the distinction. I didn't know that we were going to call this panel the elite, and now it's called the real elite, but that just underscores the question. Like, well, what do you mean the real elite? Like, is there a hidden elite? You know, which, I mean, there are a lot of conspiracy theories that ask that question. Maybe the real elite are the Illuminati, or, you know, the Masons, or the Elders of Zion, or whatever. Of course, I kind of feel like right now, it may be more clear than it's been in a long time who the real elite are, because it seems like we live in a moment where all the threads of power and influence are gathered into smaller and smaller hands. So we have people who unite economic power, political power, and the power of attention in ways that we really maybe have never had ever, certainly not in a very long time. And yet we're still asking who are the real elite. And possibly that's because, and I think this is a very interesting aspect of the moment we live in, we seem to be in the middle of the replacement of one elite, which maybe a lot of us, certainly me, have been for a long time calling the liberal elite, with a very different elite. It's not a situation where groups, sort of rising groups, are seeking to and in part gaining admission to an existing elite, but rather an insurgency that seeks to destroy the existing elite and replace it with a completely different one. So that's what I'll say by way of introduction.
I think this question of the changing of what we define as elite that we're living through right now is the most interesting one. I come at this question as a political pollster. I do surveys, focus groups, all kinds of opinion research projects for a variety of different clients, entities, sometimes for media organizations. I do focus groups for the New York Times. And we oftentimes are asked to do research on the elite. And I imagine if we 100 years ago had been asked to do a study of the elite, that it would have been defined primarily by how much money do you have? How many resources do you have? Today, when I'm asked that question, oftentimes the way we define it are through education and perceived either influence or information consumption. When a client comes to me and says, I want to study elite opinion about something, usually that means I'm putting together a survey or a focus group screener that is looking for people that at least have a 4-year college degree, somebody that reports reading the news at least once a day, people who engage in some kind of civic or political activity. And those are the sorts of things that come to be defined as elite opinion when I'm doing research. But what I think is so fascinating is something like education, that I think over the last century we have now seen from the elite being primarily about who has money to the elite being about who has education, which is not the same as knowledge, and it's more, is it credential or is it knowledge? That's, I think, a really interesting debate to have. But nevertheless, you now have people who I think would be considered the elite, who are not necessarily particularly well off. They may be folks who are working in media, in nonprofits, in academia, who have enormous influence over the sort of knowledge base, and they set trends, driving opinion and consensus within very influential cultural circles, but that doesn't necessarily mean they have enormous bank accounts. And so that idea of an elite being not necessarily people who are rich, but maybe people who watch Succession, I think would be the sort of funny way to put it, is a shift that we've seen. And I think the question of how long will that persist is a really interesting one. Because if we've got our current elite that is really based around, who is that 14% of US adults that have graduate degrees, right? If that is one of the increasing things that you need to be part of the elite, or frankly, one of the 37% who at least has a 4-year degree. What does that look like in a world, one, where you have things like AI that are, if the last century was all about coming for the jobs of the people who have to shower after work, you now have technology coming for the people who shower before work. And then second, you now have this rising distrust of quote unquote expertise. Again, you have an awful lot of people who now no longer see a credential as being equal to expertise, as equal to knowledge or views they can trust. And so does that mean we now have a moment where the elite of knowledge is going to be really challenged? I think that's where we're at this moment.
Well, the United States has always been governed by elites, and the elites usually had overlapping political, cultural, economic power. They were local and regional. Unlike Britain and France, this was not a centralized country until fairly recently. As late as when I attended the University of Texas at Austin in the 1980s, there was no national elite. There was the Northeastern elite, and David Rockefeller was dean of the New York establishment. Nobody in Texas cared about the Rockefellers. J. Paul Getty was the richest man in America in California. Nobody heard of him in the Midwest or in the South. And this has been transformed in the last 30, 40 years, really. And I'll give you two statistics that illustrate this. The first is that most Americans in the private sector work for corporations or employers that have more than 500 people. You would never know this from all the talk about small business and so on, but most Americans work for these enormous bureaucratic corporations and chains and franchises now. And then if you look at the nonprofit and government and academic sectors, it's also enormous bureaucracies. So you have and this is a result of long-term technological and economic trends that I don't think are going to be reversed. But it means that the vast majority of people work for bureaucracies. Well, that has created the rise of what James Burnham, following Adolf Berle, called the managerial elite. That is, the people in these bureaucracies, the corporations, the NGOs, the government, and I've spent my career in all three worlds, the media, the bureaucratic media. How do you exercise power in this? How do you make money? Well, you go to a selective school, you do well on your tests, and then you work your way up in one of these public or private or nonprofit bureaucracies to a position of institutional power. It's not, the older American elites, it was mostly old families, right? In Austin, it was like the West Austin had like old families, and they were kind of running everything. But now it's your position within one of these enormous public, private, nonprofit bureaucracies. You're a provost, or you're a CEO, or you're a middle manager, or something like that. And it's connected to this meritocracy discussion earlier, because up until in 1960, only 7% of Americans had college diplomas. In 1980, when I went to UT, it was only 20%, 1 in 5. Most people didn't go to college, but you could be a manager in all of this. Now it's pushing on 40%. It's about 37 point something. And has this become a credential? So you see bureaucratization, nationalization, and credentialism. And this really is a powerful new force. And people call it different names. I'm a member of it by default and by experience, the managerial professional class. I got tired of using that term in one of my books, The Next American Nation, so I just used this Swedish term, the overclass, which was kind of a mistake. The overclass is not the upper class. The upper class is old money people who play polo and have debutante balls for their daughters and things like that. The overclass, it's the meritocrats, right? It's the professional academic elite who tend to come from affluent families. So there's already a social establishment there, but it's not Elon Musk and so on. And then I'll just wrap up by saying that this really, and one more statistic. So here's the statistic. The majority of Americans live within, American women, this is what's used for statistical purposes because women live longer. Most American women live within 18 miles of their mother, okay? This was from the New York Times a few years ago, and my friend David Goodhart did a similar, and found similar statistics for Britain. Now, I won't ask you to raise your hands, but I think there are probably very few of you who live within 18 miles of your mother, right? Because the other characteristic of this bureaucratic, managerial, professional, college-educated class to which most or all of us belong is geographic mobility, right? You are raised somewhere in the country, and then you go to Silicon Valley or Austin to be in tech, or to the university, or whatever, Wall Street if you're in finance. Most Americans do not. They graduate from high school, and there's amazing statistics about how huge numbers of Americans are still living not only in the state they were born in, but the city. I say this as a fifth-generation Austinite. I'm one of the few, but I'm very unusual in that respect. So what is happening in the last few decades, I think, is the nationalization of this professional class, which wields power, and it's real power, within these massive bureaucracies. And the power does not come from their personal wealth. It comes from their institutional position within the private, public, nonprofit bureaucracy. And there's a populist backlash against this, which is exploited by various people for various purposes. But I think that explains a lot of what's going on in politics. If you look at the difference with the so-called left, it's not very left compared to Marxists, but its base is this professional class. You know, they're socially liberal, kind of centrist economically, but they're the meritocrats. They're the people in the big organizations who did good on tests and went to good schools. Then there's all of these other groups that have nothing in common with each other, except that they hate this class. They hate this elite. And some of them are quite elite themselves. So that includes self-made billionaire entrepreneurs who
Do you have anyone particular in mind?
but who did not work their way up in a corporation, right? They're we're CEOs. I mean, they founded the thing. They're small business owners, right? They're a lot of working class people of all races. And I think that's the underlying tension.
Are each of you part of the elite or unelite? And if so, what does that feel like?
I love this question. There's a question that I always love to ask when I am speaking to audiences of exactly who you just described in terms of this sort of corporate leadership, the C-suite of a company that has a couple thousand employees. And I will often ask, do you think of yourself as socially moderate to progressive, fiscally moderate to conservative? And they will often, lots of hands will go up. And I will say, you are the 4%. That instead, if you do surveys of the American public, like I've done, we ask people about 10, we do an experiment every June, we ask people about 10 different questions on economic issues, where we offer a progressive position and a conservative position. And we try to be as fair as possible and make them as balanced as possible. And then we do the same thing about cultural issues as well, questions about the role of race and gender in society, questions about things like immigration, et cetera. And then we plot everybody out on a chart. And if you get 10 out of 10 conservative views on everything, you're all the way up at the top corner of the chart. If you have 0 out of 10 conservative views on everything, you're at the bottom corner of the chart. And we plot it out. Only 4% of our respondents are in this quadrant that's kind of socially moderate to progressive, but fiscally conservative, which is really, it is the ideological profile of a lot of exactly who we were talking about. Instead, there are about 20% of Americans who are the complete opposite. They're in this more culturally conservative, but more sort of open to the idea of government being big and playing an aggressive role in society. And sure, I do want my government benefits. And what are you talking about? I would like government to sort of impose its will on the economy. I don't mind that at all. I'm not interested in the corporate billionaires. And I always like to bring that up as a reminder when I'm speaking to these audiences. Because if I think about my own issue profile, I probably fall in that 4% as well. But working as a pollster, I am aware day in and day out of exactly the things that I may personally believe that are not in step necessarily with where the median voter is. Again, I watched and really like Succession. I know that that makes me extremely unusual and very much not the median American voter. And so I love my job because it's a constant reminder of what Americans, I hate the term real Americans because we're all real Americans, but what sort of average Americans, the average American viewpoint is, and it is a good way to remind myself of those moments where I am very outside of the norm.
Well, wait a second. I feel like you answered the first part of my question, which is you are part of the elite, but what does it feel like? I'm not necessarily conceding to the idea that I sort of bristle at the idea that I would be part of the elite, but I do feel like it is, for me, I like having the reminder that there are people who think differently than me and that that's okay.
Well, I'm definitely a member of the elite, but a member of this new nationalized university-based professional class. My grandfather grew up east of Austin picking cotton from the time he was 4 years old. In the 1930s, in the Great Depression, he swept the floors of the Texas Union here. My father, first in his family, went to the University of Texas on the GI Bill. I came here in 1979 with a $600 scholarship that paid my annual tuition of $600 in 1979. I checked it out on the inflation calculator. That would be $2,500 today. The University of Texas at Austin charges $10,000 to $13,000 tuition. So clearly the tuition has gone up faster than inflation. But my point is, I think you have to look at occupational structure and not just at money, right? So that, somebody who is making $500,000 a year as vice president of a corporation with 300,000 employees and branch offices everywhere, it's a different life world, Lebenswelt, the Germans would say, than somebody who's making $500,000 a year because he started off working for a towing company and then bought some towing trucks and is now self-employed. And so what does it mean to be part of the elite? I think is radically different depending on whether you're the self-made entrepreneur, you're the meritocratic good student, in the bureaucracy, or your land happened to have natural gas under it, right?
So what does it feel like to be part of the elite that you're part of, which is not the towing truck empire, but the professional managerial class university writer?
There are stresses, but then there are great benefits like being on panels at universities.
I mean, I can answer the question. I think, I think they're more. I wanted to respond to what the other panelists have said. I mean, yes, I'm obviously part of the elite if you define the elite the way we've been defining it. You say Michael, this is a relatively new phenomenon. I don't think it's that new anymore. I mean, you can talk about it historically, as you've done, very aptly. But I think this idea of a professional managerial class, upper middle class, liberal elite, college educated, graduate student educated, graduate school educated, nationalized elite is something that we've been talking about for at least a couple of decades and has been an essential building block of my thinking for a long time, partly because I read people like you guys, and other people like you guys. But I think if we get to the point where we say 14% or let alone 37% of the country fall into this category, we're not talking about an elite anymore. Or we're talking about an elite, but an elite in a very diffuse sense. Michael, you developed this idea of this elite, and then you said, well, then there are other elites. Okay, well, but then there are other elites. To the extent that this professional managerial elite becomes more and more identified with the Democratic Party, as it has, clearly, there's another half of the country that has, yes, a lot of anti-elitist sentiment, but clearly has its own elite. There's also a lot of anti-elitist sentiment, by the way, among people who vote for Democrats. So for me, to answer your question, part of what it feels like to be, yes, you get to have a very high opinion of yourself because you get to sit on panels. I also experienced a great deal of self-loathing as a member of this elite, and it's partly because, and I think I heard this phrase from George Packer about 20 years ago, from something he wrote, which is elite failure. One of the stories, I feel like we need to be past the story of there is this elite now that's an elite of education to there is an elite that's an elite of education, and it has been failing across the board for a long time. People are really pissed off about it. There's clearly something wrong with it. And, as I said before, a new elite seems to be arising to destroy it. And is maybe doing a very good job of destroying it. And that's terrifying. It may also be understandable and on some terribly tragic level necessary because of elite failure.
So I had, other than just trying to put you guys on the spot in terms of what it feels like to be elite, like there was an actual serious reason I asked that question, because, a kind of working hypothesis I have is that one of the sort of sources of dysfunction, or maybe it's just a symptom of dysfunction in our country, is that we have these competing elites and nobody's enjoying themselves in their elite status. And so you have the sort of liberal elite in various manifestations that's very angry and in some ways feeling very victimized by, say, conservative legislatures or the Trump administration or the financial elite or more recently the Silicon Valley elite. But then you have all of those elites which in turn feel victimized by or angry at the liberal elite, the media elite, the Hollywood elite. I guess I'm just sort of asking you, like, you don't have to accept the premise, but why are all of these genuine elites not enjoying their status? Why are they so angry?
So I would agree with you in part, but I don't think that this is just confined to elites. In fact, I think what you just described is a big reason why we have the type of political polarization that we have today. So the political polarization we have today is not that half of America believes one thing and half of America believes another. If I go back to that experiment I talked about before where you have people pick 10, what's your view on 10 economic issues, what's your view on 10 social issues, a lot of people pick a couple from column A and a couple from column B. It is not that all of America is in one strong corner or the other strong corner. Lots of people are in the middle. The type of polarization we have is that nobody ever feels like their side is winning. And when you feel like you are losing, when you feel unheard, when you feel like you are losing power and influence, you are more willing to excuse bad behavior on your own side in an attempt to reclaim some of that power that you believe your side or people like you are owed. And so it is funny to me when I talk to, say, Republican political elites, and I ask them, do you feel in charge? Many of them will be like, are you kidding me? We're not in charge at all. The Democrats have smart political operators like Nancy Pelosi who rule their conference with an iron fist. They control most of the major media organizations in this country. They control Hollywood, et cetera, et cetera. And increasingly, the left controls the C-suites in this country. Look at how they've all moved to the left and so on and so forth. But then if I talk to Democrats and I ask my Democratic political elite friends, do you feel in charge? They will say, are you kidding me? Absolutely not. I wish we had political operators like Mitch McConnell who aren't afraid to break the rules and keep their party in line. And I wish that we had things like the filibuster and gerrymandering that we could use to our own advantage to try to game the system and so on and so forth. And I do worry that in a system where, especially, it's not just elites, but it is really your average voter as well, who is constantly hearing information that is tailor-made to make them feel like they are losing and to remind them of the grievances, many of which may be legitimate, but that they have with the way the system is working, that it causes that further dissatisfaction, everybody feeling like everything is wrong all at once. And that is what is leading to this kind of populist moment that has absolutely jeopardized the current elite that we have.
Well, Aristotle said no one ever became a tyrant in a city because he was hungry and cold and needed a roof over his head. Some of the fiercest battles in politics are between rival factions of upper classes and aristocracies and so on. I mean, that's most of human history. The peasants are trying to grub potatoes or whatever and survive, and the Yorks and the Lancasters. They want to have the crown of England, right? And you have the 100 Years' War or whatever. So I think there are two things going on, and we should tease them separately. I think for the working class, and it's not perfect approximation, but high school educated, maybe some college. I would even include people, working as baristas who have BAs, but I take your point. It's not 40% as the elite. They basically, since they didn't go to college, they want jobs, not careers that will lead them around the country, right? What they want is money, right, and benefits. And they want their standard of living to be higher than their parents a little bit, but they'd be perfectly fine whatever their job is. It's not a prestigious job. Necessarily it's janitor like my grandfather, or nurse, or bank clerk like my grandmother. They just, want to be, have a little financial safety and not worry about the price of eggs. So I think that's a lot of the anxiety among working class people of all races and ethnic groups. I think at the real elite level above that, you have what a thinker called Peter Turchin calls overproduction of elites. That is, the idea is you have too many people, and you see this in developing countries, where they have public education and they turn out all of these people with university degrees, but there just aren't jobs for them, right? And political science shows that tends to breed revolution, tends to breed, hostility. It can be a revolution of the right as well as of the left. Danton, the French revolutionary, said the mistake the Ancien regime made was it gave me an education, but it didn't give me a job, right? And I do think we have to worry that there was a transition, and I saw this happening before my eyes in Washington in the 80s and 90s when I spent most of my life there. The promise of the New Deal was that you did not have to go to college to have a better life. Your children and grandchildren would have a better life because the economy is going more productive. So you'd have one car, they'd have two cars, your grandkids would have flying cars, but they'd still be working class, right? They wouldn't, have to be lawyers or professors. This changed with the New Democrats in particular, with the neoliberals, saying that in order to have these middle class things, you have to have a university degree. You have to go to college. And the consequence now is, according to the Federal Reserve, about half of college graduates are working in jobs for which a high school diploma would be adequate. And I think, so there are two sources of frustration. One is a lot of working class people, it's just prices and benefits and financial insecurity. But we've created all of these people who want to be Silicon Valley superstars and, CEOs and famous authors and famous professors on panels and things like that. And there's just too much competition for too few spaces.
Bill, I'm passing the question to you, but I just want to point out, you identified as part of this one elite, but also wanted to draw attention to this other elite, and you said so you're both self-loathing and I think other loathing. Can you kind of inhabit both halves of your loathing?
Oh, I'm not sure. I have plenty of loathing to go around. I think I was only speaking of self-loathing. But in other words, it would be absurd to deny that I am part of an elite defined as it's been defined because of educational credentials and, quite frankly, income level and, wealth, whatever, even if it's just sort of, upper middle class. But I also feel that this class that I'm willy-nilly a part of has been a tremendous failure for the country as a whole for a lot of the reasons that we've been talking about. I mean, what you were just talking about has a lot to do with changes in economic structure, including the decline of the unions, right? And the push on the New Democrats to get everyone in college goes hand in hand with the fact that, working class jobs are falling apart. But I think that had a lot to do with the deliberate destruction of the unions. One of my dreams is that we make it possible for the union movement to revive itself, and instead of having to redistribute money after taxes, although we should do that too, is to redistribute money through changes in the income structure, so that minimum wage jobs are actually good, they're not minimum wage jobs anymore.
Well, let me just add, my most recent book, Hell to Pay, is a defense of collective bargaining. And my argument is that you can debate all day about getting more people into college and how you choose them and so on. But at the end of the day, the only power that working people have is their numbers. And their numbers, if they're not organized in hierarchical organizations, unions among others, the African American churches sometimes, the Catholic Church in the 20th century played these roles. But unless you have mass membership organizations for working class people, then you're just going to end up, taking the talented 10th from a high school or whatever, trying to co-opt them.
Which is a lot of what Michael Young's book that we heard about a lot in the last panel, The Rise of the Meritocracy. I think that's really what it was about. It was precisely that the problem of a meritocracy is that it extracts all the talented from the working class and it leaves them without a leadership class.
Yeah, and Michael Young was a left-wing laborite.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the
Social
book is a
Democrat.
satire. And let me just also say, I think this is a big part of the problem with the way I think the Democratic Party's politics have gone off the rails. Precisely that they don't have the unions, especially private sector unions anymore, as the major part of the party. And so it's now become a party that you've written about very well, a party of the people who work at foundations and nonprofits and elite media institutions who are desperately out of touch with, I won't say normal Americans either, but most Americans, including most Americans who vote for Democrats.
You didn't accept my invitation to send your loathing in the direction of the current administration, Bill, but I want to not, it doesn't have to be loathing, it's more understanding and exploration. I'm not sure if this is the elephant in the room, but we have a new president as of January 20th. And I think, and you guys can contest this premise, it's not just a shift in the balance of power between the left and the right, that the nature of the conservative power, the conservative elite, has undergone a pretty dramatic transformation. And so who is this, bracketing for a moment the elite, the failed elite or the managerial elite against whom this in some respects is a reaction, who is this new conservative elite? Or if it's not new, who is this conservative elite? And what do they believe? What are they, however you want to take it, what are their demographic characteristics? But I kind of want to start with you, Kristen, because you probably have numbers, you probably have data on these questions.
Sure. So the new, I think, conservative elite is, it's interesting because right now I don't believe there is a single set of, say, ideological principles that binds all of them together. We are going to see that play out in dramatic fashion here in Washington in the next couple of months as real fights unfold among sort of more traditionalist, free market type conservatives and these more new right MAGA-infused folks over things like tariffs, over things like what should the tax code look like, and should tax breaks go to corporations? Should we have Paul Ryan-style tax cuts continued, or should we rethink these things? These are debates that are going to be happening ideologically. I think culturally it is interesting because it is hard to imagine Mitt Romney walking into a UFC fight and getting raucous applause. And that is, I think, one of the clearest ways I can illustrate the way that the conservative elite has changed. That it has shifted from, the Wall Street Journal editorial pages certainly have influence, but so too do a lot of podcasters that most people in this room had probably never heard of until maybe 6 months ago, when a panic around the influence about these podcasters began. One thing that I also think is very interesting about the cultural influence of this new conservative elite and the way that it is very different from anything that at least the political right has had for the last decade or two is even a year or two ago, you never would have seen major fashion designers touting that they had dressed Ivanka Trump for the inauguration. And it was notable to me, again, maybe this is just the silly, frivolous things I follow on Instagram, but it was notable to me that actually you do have some institutions in this cultural elite who are now saying, yes, we did make the shoes that Ivanka Trump wore. Yes, we have, as the Oscars, sort of sent down the message, please don't be too mean to the orange man in our ceremony. I think that it is fascinating that even the cultural elite right now is feeling a little disoriented because of the perceived power that this new conservative elite has that I don't think anybody felt they had, or I don't think the cultural elite acknowledged or wanted to acknowledge. I don't think they want to acknowledge it now, but certainly would not have acknowledged it 6 months ago.
But they're afraid of it. They're worried.
I think they don't understand what to do about it. What do I do about it when a professional athlete does an end zone dance that is the Trump dance? And that would have been unthinkable just a couple of months ago.
Well, so I tend to look at everything historically. I think from World War II, after World War II, and I'd rather talk about parties than conservatism, liberal changes every 15 years. So the Republican Party, the tycoons of the first wave of, it's actually second industrial revolution, Henry Ford and Carnegie, J.P., they had all gone. And they were succeeded by corporations run by this class, right? The managers, right? The CEOs. And within the Republican Party, it's a party of business, the wing was between the moderate country club Republicans who were CEOs. They had big corporations. They worried about PR. They had international diplomacy with different countries. And then you had the small business owners, right, who were the Goldwater people. And then there's Nelson Rockefeller over here, right, the big corporate elite. And starting with the 60s, Cultural Revolution, and part of it was a white backlash, but part of it is just cultural backlash, which is shared increasingly by African Americans and Hispanics against cultural progressivism. You got this floating working class, initially mostly white working class. And it went back and forth between the parties, right? And, Clinton gets them, and then, Bush gets them, and so on. But they're not the base of any party. So the base of the Republican Party was still this small business owner group, which was more protectionist, more isolationist, less interventionist, because they're national local businesses. They don't have like divisions in Europe and Asia. What happens is that group has migrated to the Democratic Party. And don't be fooled by Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and these entrepreneurs. If you look at the 2024 election, tech professionals, it's like 90% Democratic, their contributions, right? Lawyers, big corporate lawyers, big Wall Street finance firms. These people would have been country club Republicans like 20 or 30 years ago, right? So what has really happened is that group has vanished. The small business Goldwater, Pat Buchanan types, they're now running the show. They're not the working class, right? These are the small millionaires. They're the local Firestone franchisees in the small towns and so on. And they're, maybe fairly affluent, but they're not part of this corporate CEO culture. And they get along with a lot of working class people because a lot of working class people, and it's true in all countries, they're aspirational, right? So I use the towing truck example, right?
Yeah.
You can imagine yourself, if you drive a towing truck, owning a towing truck company. If you mow lawns, you can imagine owning a lawn mowing company. You can't imagine being the CEO of ExxonMobil or something like that. It's
or
just
a
totally
professor.
Or a professor, yeah. And then just to wrap up, for the first time since like the World War I era, the tycoons have returned. The robber barons have returned. People who are we had people like Musk, like Andrew Mellon, richest man in America, was in Coolidge, Harding, Hoover administrations as Treasury Secretary, So we had these entrepreneurs, some of whom were quite poor, like Carnegie, when they started out, became super rich. And this was something that we have no living memory of.
Yeah.
But you can see, just like the tow truck driver can imagine being a tow company owner, it's easier to imagine being Elon Musk, running your own company, firing people, who are lazy, than it is like being Rex Tillerson of ExxonMobil, right? It is ExxonMobil, right, Tillerson? Of this giant multinational quasi-governmental bureaucracy. And that's a very powerful combination.
Yes to all of that. I think there are structural changes that have been happening that, just speaking for myself, I feel like I really have a lot of work to do to digest intellectually. So what I mean is, you talked about the rise of the podcasters. This is an entirely new form, right? An entirely new possibility. But also, you talked about the tow truck driver who dreams of running a tow truck company. I don't know what the latest polling says, but I have seen polling that says that 50% of people under 30 think they're going to be influencers, right? I mean, this is like a new thing, but it's part of what people have called the lottery society, right? As the possibilities for wealth accumulation, if you didn't go to college, didn't go to graduate school, decrease, more and more people are imagining that the way they're going to make it is something that would look to the rest of us like a lottery. Like, I'm going to be an influencer. I'm going to make it as a podcaster. Why are there a million podcasts? Because everybody thinks that their podcast is going to be the next Joe Rogan podcast. So we've got that, and then we've also got this new plutocracy. So it may be that most people in Silicon Valley give their money to Democrats, but you were talking about this, what you didn't use the term, but what people are calling the vibe shift, right?
Yes.
So to me, what the vibe shift is about is that people like Mark Andreessen or Mark Zuckerberg or athletes and actors, they actually don't really care about the things that are coming out of their mouths. In other words, like they're not committed to a cultural or intellectual position. They're committed to being successful. So they're going to say whatever the climate tells them to say. They were never really Democrats in the first place. They're not really Republicans now. But the momentum is with the Republicans, so they're going to be on that team. I don't know if that makes any sense to you.
I think there is, at least for some of those folks you mentioned, there is some measure of thought process behind the conversion, beyond this is marketable and this is what sells. But it does seem to me that I like this idea that now you have a lot of people who are looking to sort of make it in the lottery because that's now the thing you can aspire to be. I can start a podcast and maybe I will make it big. But I also think we overestimate the extent to which, and I think this was a Republican problem for a long time, was overestimating the extent to which somebody who mows lawns wants to own a lawn mowing company versus they want to be able to do something that they find to be meaningful and make a good living doing it. And that doesn't mean that everybody wants to be a CEO or doesn't mean that everybody wants to be an entrepreneur. I think Republicans ran into this problem when in 2012, the pre-Trump era, the message was very much about we're the party of the job creators, we're the party of the entrepreneurs. And a lot of the working class was like, that's lovely, but I don't think that that's me. Who's the party for me? And Donald Trump, a very prominent, very culturally prominent entrepreneur and successful business person, is not telling everybody, don't you want to be the next Donald Trump? He's saying, don't you want to be able to be respected and be thought of as a good person in our society? I think that you're a good person. I think you have value. I think the elites have ignored you. Here, I hang out with them, but I actually hate them. I'm one of you. I think that's a very powerful piece of his message.
This is a question from somebody in the audience. Do you want an elite in America? And if so, what does it look like? What power does it wield? And where is its power and influence based?
Well, I'll take a stab.
I was going to say, it feels like a Michael Lind question. Yeah. You're about to say, it doesn't matter whether I want one or not. It's going to be there.
Charles de Gaulle said, I like Germany so much I want there to be several of them, opposing unification after World War II. I want there to be plural elites, what I, in my books, have called democratic pluralism. So I don't want to insult my British friends here, but I don't want to have a society like the UK, where you go to a few public schools, and then you sort of circulate between, magazines and running for office, and teaching and all of this stuff. I don't want a society like that. I want a society where you have silos, and they have different career ladders inside of each silo. And you can start off as an altar boy or altar girl or whatever, in the religious organization and work your way up to be pope or, archbishop or whatever. So I want a society where you can start off graduate from high school, become a police officer, and then be the police commissioner, right? Without having to go to like one of the selective schools, including the University of Texas at Austin, right? And we had that to some degree in the 20th century, not in the South. The South was local oligarchies where the few families ran everything. But in the North, you did have these, and they were different ethnic groups, right? The Irish were cops, and various different groups. But so lateral mobility, I think, is something that should be discouraged. And I was doing a little research, by the way, on a project. Do you know the Obamas have won like a dozen Emmy Awards? And Hillary Clinton just won a Tony Award? And so, it's like...
You're saying stay in your lane.
Yeah. And these
If she has a Tony, that means she's at least halfway to an EGOT.
they're writing novels, and this is where it threatens us, writers, right? Right. It's like, okay, I mean, it's bad enough competing with Stephen King, right? But if every ex-president is going to write fiction, right? So stay in your lane.
I'm going to make an exception for George W. Bush being a painter. I think that I support his painting.
Well, he's a Renaissance man, so.
I'm thinking about whether or not it is possible to have an elite that is humble. The reason why I say that is I think when we look at a lot of why there is such pushback against elites as defined by those who have credentials, expertise, oh, we're supposed to trust the elites who have handled foreign policy because they have kept the world order stable, and why do we want to just throw that all away? We should trust the elites who have scientific expertise, because if we don't and we just throw all that away, then what do we have? And you're finding that there's rising distrust in a lot of institutions that are very well credentialed, but sort of average American no longer views them as trustworthy. I think the COVID pandemic is an interesting, example of all of this, right? That you have public health institutions used to see bipartisan agreement that the CDC was to be trusted with, 80, 90% plus trust that they're going to do the right thing. And nowadays, if I go into the field and I ask people, do you trust the CDC to do the right thing? Not only are the overall numbers lower among Republicans and Democrats, but they're much lower among Republicans. And so you had, this public health elite, right, that had a consensus of this is what we know about this disease and this virus, and this is what we should do about it. And a lot of that trust was squandered. Some of it squandered because there were bad actors looking to exploit this, but in other cases, it was squandered through the actions of public health officials that sort of pushed things that wound up not necessarily being totally accurate, dismissal of skepticism, et cetera. And I wonder how much that distrust could have been mitigated by a sense of humility, a sense of, hey, this is a pandemic that we don't know that much about. We're learning, we're trying to do our best, rather than, oh, no, people, you must listen to us. I have the PhD in virology, you are a moron on the internet. And that sense of lack of humility, then when the experts wind up being wrong, just fractures things totally. I know this full well being in the polling industry, where for too long, we pollsters were like, no, what we do is science. And then we got it wrong a couple of times in elections. And that has made me have to approach my profession with a lot of humility. We have to be comfortable knowing that there are lots of things we don't know and be humble in our pronouncements about what we do know. I wonder if it's possible to have an elite that is a little more humble, and if that's a healthier way to have an elite in a society, or if that's even possible.
Well, it's not going to be the college credential academic class. I'm not on Twitter, but people send me things now and then. And what I love is when they say, historian here. Have you ever seen this?
With the waving emoji?
Political scientist here.
Speak for yourself, Michael. I am profoundly humble, but.
I think we have a really tangled, screwed up psychology around the question of the elite in this country, because we're a democracy. So the very idea, the word has a really negative resonance. At the same time, to go back to the previous panel also, we have this idea that we're a meritocracy, which tells the elite that they have earned their position and they've earned their arrogance. Right? I don't think there was a golden age, but my reading tells me that things were a little different when our elite was a hereditary WASP elite. No doubt there was tons of arrogance and entitlement, but there was also a sense like, actually, you didn't earn this, and therefore, maybe you should be humble or at least less self-serving. So that's not an answer to anything. Obviously, I would like to have a humble elite too. I'm just saying that we're dealing with a really kind of impacted psychology here, right? A kind of disavowal. This is one of the things that I hate about the liberal elite, is that it likes to pretend very often that it's not elite at all. In fact, it likes to imagine, David Brooks has written about this, the post-60s liberal elite likes to imagine that they're these rebel insurgents when they're actually tenured professors and, powerful media people. So let's begin at least with seeing who we are a little more accurately, and maybe then we can begin to address some of our own sort of pathologies.
This is one of these questions, I'm gonna say it and then maybe rephrase it a little bit. How do we implement structural changes if it is in the best interests of bureaucracy to make us poor? And I think my rephrasing of that, it's a little bit of like, what the hell are we supposed to do? I mean, whether you're talking about, the liberal elite or the tycoon elite or the podcasting elite, these are all people who possess different kinds of power, and presumably, even if they're not subjectively enjoying it on some level, they're appreciating it and they don't want to give it away. And I think we've been talking about the elite because that's the topic of this panel, but there's probably, I think, a sense amongst each of you that the elite hold more power than we would want them to in an ideal society. I don't know, what can we do to rebalance things? I mean, part of what you're talking about is like, so we can make the elite better. Is there any hope for actually diminishing the power of the elite? So even if they're not great, there's other forces in society that are influencing policies and outcomes?
Well, what you've sort of articulated is like the core. If you ask a lot of sort of limited government conservatives philosophically why they believe what they believe, that's a big piece of what they'll tell you, is that when you have big institutions, and maybe it's government, but maybe it's corporations, whatever it is, that you should just be skeptical of any big institution that wields a lot of power and that derives that power from taking power away from individuals' abilities to run their own lives effectively. So I guess, the question is like, what problem are you trying to solve for? But if the problem you're trying to solve for is power being too concentrated in the hands of an elite that is not looking out for the best interests of the people, then it seems to be obvious that the answer is decentralize that power, which, again, that's a limited government conservative message, not necessarily the one that's fully in vogue in today's Republican Party, but that's where you'd find it.
Well, I think the answer is what the economist John Kenneth Galbraith called countervailing power. It's a social balance of power, like the balance of power in international affairs. We have to have giant national and global corporations. I mean, these are efficient. You can't do AI, R&D, and development without scale, right? All sorts. We need technocrats in the health department who do know what they're talking about, more than some rando on YouTube. Up until the late 20th century, it was not the case in the 19th century, but between the early 20th century and late 20th century, there was this countervailing power where you had big corporations and big government bureaucracies and so on, but they were kept in check from outside and below by organizations that had independent power bases. And the three most important were the mass membership political parties, religious congregations, depending on whether you agree with them or not, they're good or bad, but they were important, right? In the Civil Rights Revolution, things like that. And trade unions, when a third of Americans in the private sector were unionized. And all of these were hierarchical organizations. They had their own elites, but they answered to people outside of the elite. And as they have disintegrated with fewer and fewer people involved in affiliated with the church, private sector union membership is 6% now and falling. It's virtually extinct. And the parties, when I was a kid, the Democratic Party was the Travis County Party, and then the state party was a federation of and ordinary people got involved and so on. Now both parties are labels that self-financed candidates people. If you're not rich, you get money from somebody who's rich, and you just slap this label on you. So it's all AstroTurf, and until we rebuild these mass-based countervailing power institutions, I don't look to being able to persuade the elite to restrain its own rapacity. I'm just too much of a pessimist or realist, I think.
Bill, you get the last word. What do we do?
Well, I mentioned before, we've mentioned about unions and how the decline of the unions has been to a great extent to do with specific government action. I would say by the same token, yes, we need large corporations, but we've had this increasing monopolization across every sector of the economy, and that also has to do with the decline into disuse of antitrust legislation. So those are, help rebuild the unions, help break up the big monopolies, but a lot of this stuff is not, is just, it's the internet. It's the nature of the way things have changed. We now have one platform that everybody on the planet is on. That is going to create the conditions for this kind of centralization we've never seen before, and I don't really know what to do about it.
Well, on that note, thank you to each of you. You are exemplars of the best of what the elite can be, if only the people with the real power listen to you more. So thank you. Please come back. You're now on your own for lunch, but please come back here at 2 for our next panel, and thanks to the panelists.
It's good, Richard.
I see Seth. Oh, sorry. Welcome, everyone. My name is Marlon Henderson. I'm a professor in the Department of Psychology here at UT Austin. Lucky to be moderating this awesome panel with these three experts. So I just have a little intro here that I've already shared with the panelists, and then a few questions that I will kind of turn over to them as we go through. So our primary duties in higher education involve teaching and doing research. A key aspect of our mission as teachers and researchers is to prepare students to be successful in life. Part of what it means to be successful is knowing how to talk to people who disagree with us, for example, at work, at home, even on dates. Given the ever-increasing divisiveness that exists in society, some might argue that we as educators could be doing a better job fulfilling our mission. Indeed, some estimates suggest partisan hostility is at a record high, with many people seeing the quote-unquote other side as immoral or evil. Moreover, we see increased rates of people exclusively affiliating with others who share their political views, with people also avoiding those who hold more moderate views, both of which seem to contribute to an inability or unwillingness to communicate with others who hold divergent views. And all of this contributes to the motivation for this panel, right? To really try to understand how can we, as a society, do better in terms of actually communicating, getting along with people who don't necessarily agree with us. So my first question that I'm going to throw to the panel is this true that people seem to be struggling to communicate with others who disagree with them? Is this something that's unique to the political kind of times we're in right now? Is this something more general? Is this something that's unique to just this time, or is this something essential about just people living in groups? And I think we'll start with Mina, and then we'll just kind of go in that direction that way. So thanks.
Great. Thank you so much, and thank you so much to the organizers for inviting me. My name is Mina Chikara, and I'm a professor of psychology, and I study intergroup conflict and relations. So I'm thrilled to be a part of this panel with my fabulous colleagues. And I'm really excited to have this conversation with all of you and hear your questions as well. So I guess what I would say in response to this first question is that I think people have a hard time with hard conversations in general. It doesn't matter that it's about politics per se, but I do think that politics has taken center stage recently because we have so much more access to people's political identities now, maybe, than we have historically. And so I kind of want to take a step back and think about this not necessarily in the context of politics, but more broadly. I think anytime moral issues are on the table, it has a potential to get incredibly heated, in large part because anytime we disagree with somebody, the easiest explanation for why we don't think the same things is just that they're immoral. And so oftentimes we stop there. We stop at the content of their beliefs, and we don't necessarily interrogate how it is that they came to hold those beliefs in the first place. Then you layer groups on top of that and people's stereotypes and beliefs about groups, and that makes the shortcut even shorter, I would argue. So we don't need to know a lot about a person beyond their political identity before we start to make a lot of assumptions about their beliefs, their priorities, their values, and their preferences. And so I think what's difficult about it is that it's not true, that's not necessarily true for all groups. There are lots of groups where we have collaborative relationships across group boundaries, or at least neutral relationships, but politics is inherently competitive. And I would say it's that competitive aspect that really, the competitive aspect, but also that our beliefs about other people's welfare and our morals really are integral to the conversation that makes these kinds of conversations much harder to have. So while I would say that it's the case that politics could be cast as more collaborative, we understand that, the sort of keystone experience, or like the thing that we think about the most as voters, is elections, and those are inherently competitive. There's a world in which once people are elected to office, they get to Washington and they become collaborative in the service of the American people, for example, in the US context. But I think that given recent historical shifts in gerrymandering and how competitive elections have become, it's a lot harder for people to shift out of that competitive mindset and into the collaborative mindset. And that then trickles down to how it is that voters interact with one another. So that's kind of all over the place, but that's how I wanted to make the connection between difficulty having moral conversations, the role of competition, and how it might play out in politics.
Great, thanks. So I'm Matt Lewandowski, I'm a political scientist. So the thing that I thought about when thinking about how to answer this question was that we have a lot of misperceptions about people who are unlike us, right? And so that's true across lots of things, there's nothing unique about politics there. But I think this is politically relevant, picking up something Mina said, that we know a lot about people's political identities in a way that we wouldn't have a long time ago, right? Or even not that long ago, 20 or 30 years ago, right? So think about, the way in which media coverage has increasingly become centered around political elites. So I have a student who wrote a nice dissertation some years ago about how even issues like climate change or gun control were one time dominated by non-political experts. Now increasingly the voices that news media choose to center in the coverage of those issues are people who are either political activists or elected officials, right? So making everything into a political issue rather than like, oh, this is an issue about X. No, everything becomes about politics. And so I think the other thing we could think about there certainly is the role of social media, right? So there would normally be no reason for me to know my barber's politics, right? But if I follow him on Facebook or Twitter or Instagram, right, I might often see those sorts of things. And the same thing would be true of, say, like someone I went to high school with but haven't spoken to in 25 years, right? That gives me access to all these things. So I start to then form a set of perceptions of what people on the other side look like. But one thing we know is that those perceptions are often quite inaccurate, right? So I think that makes this conversation harder because people might think about the most extreme version of the other side instead of what might look like a more typical version of the other side. So as Kristen said on the panel right before lunch, right, most people are somewhere in the middle. They have a lot of really kind of complex issues, right? One of the favorite things I like to teach students when we talk about public opinion is that most Americans think the term pro-life and pro-choice apply to them quite well, right? Most people are quite complex on abortion, but that's often missing from a lot of the dialogue and discussion we have around these issues. So that'll be something I'll come back to and pick up on in the responses to some of the later questions.
Yeah, I'll try to build on the last two comments. My name is Jay Van Bavel. I'm a professor of psychology and neuroscience at New York University. And a quote that kind of sums up the way that I think about this problem is from evolutionary biologist E.O. Wilson, who said, "The real problem of humanity is the following. We have Paleolithic emotions, medieval institutions, and godlike technology. And it is terrifically dangerous and is now approaching a point of crisis overall." And what he's essentially saying is that we have these really ancient brains, and they're plopped down in a world where our institutions are struggling to manage with the challenges that we're facing as humans. And then we're plopped in the challenge of facing all these additional technological innovations. You mentioned social media. Another one is like artificial intelligence and large language models. And so I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about my research on social media, which looks at polarization and conversations online. And a lot of what we're finding, and many other researchers are finding, is that the design and the algorithms and incentives of that environment, which now 5 billion people around the world are on social media. The average user is online for about 3 hours a day. And I always like this statistic. This is about 6 inches high. The average user of social media scrolls through 300 feet of content a day. That's 600 swipes down. That's the height of the Statue of Liberty. That's the length of reading the New York Times end to end 4 times over each day. And so we don't have time to read all of that. I don't have time to read the New York Times even in a given day. It takes me all week to get through just the weekend editions. So what's happening there? So a lot of that content is fighting for our attention. And what that means is that certain content is popping out more and grabbing our attention more. And the platforms that are sharing the content have an incentive to amplify content that grabs our attention and keeps us online, because that's how they sell advertisements and make money. And so what they do, what the algorithms seem to do, there was a recent paper that came out analyzing Twitter and X's algorithm. And what they find is that it's if you look at the algorithmic feed versus just the feed of the people you decided to follow, the algorithmic feed is sharing far more content that is full of moral emotions, like Mina mentioned, and is full of outrage and is polarizing. And what our research has found over and over and over again on many, many topics, including same-sex marriage, gun control, climate change, two of the ones you mentioned, is that for every moral, emotional word you put in a post, it's 20% more likely to get shared. If you put 4 or 5 words like that in a post you share on social media, it is twice as likely to get shared. And so it's a really good strategy for winning the attention economy and building a following, getting your message out, getting likes, driving engagement, getting followers. But when we looked at who's sharing it, what we found is that when you use that language to talk about these political issues, you get echo chambers. That's what is associated with polarization. And when we've brought people into lab and we've just like experimentally manipulated when they see a political message with that language versus with more toned down neutral language, they perceive the person using that language as more hyper-partisan and more close-minded, and they don't want to engage with them. And so that language is getting incentivized and rewarded, and you're feeling the rewards. What you don't often see is a mass of eye rolls of people who could otherwise be open-minded or persuaded to you, but now don't want to engage with you. And then I'll say another challenge of social media. I'll give you 3 statistics, and then I'll turn it back to Marlon. This gives you a sense of who you're seeing when you scroll through that 300 feed of newsfeed a day. A mere 0.1% of users are responsible for sharing 80% of fake news. So if we're talking about the misinformation, conspiracy theory, fake news problem, that is 1%, a percentage of 1%, 0.1%. 70% of all online conflicts begin in just 1% of online communities. So the hostility is being generated by a very small set of groups. And only 3% of social media accounts are scored as toxic, but they produce over a third of the toxic content. So what you're seeing online when you're seeing conflict is coming from the most extreme people who are responding to these incentives, and they're overrepresented. And so it creates false norms in our mind about what the average person believes, and goes to Matt's point, that we misunderstand what the average person of any given group thinks because we're only seeing content or overrepresentation of the content from the most extreme, most hostile, most toxic, most information-spewing segment of those communities.
I had a follow-up question to this for all of you. So it's related to the scope of this. So these issues that you all are bringing up, is this something that varies across communities within the United States? Is this something unique to the United States? Do we see something similar outside of the United States? I didn't give him that question ahead of time. I wanted to catch him off guard.
I mean, I don't even think it's specific to politics, right? It depends on what context you're in, what the sort of social fissure is it. Can you hear us? Is that better? Okay, very good. I don't think it's necessarily even about politics. Different contexts will have different either religious schisms or, ethnic and racial schisms. And so I think that any time you have these sort of group dynamics where all of these cognitive shortcuts with which humans are all imbued, we tend to focus on bad news better than any other kind of news because that has been adaptive in our evolutionary history. Things that are familiar seem to be much more likely. So if we've been exposed to a history of stereotypes and propaganda, those things that conform to those things as opposed to those things that run against those things, those stereotypes are the ones that we think are more real and that are stickier in our minds. So I don't think that it's necessarily specific to politics or the US. I would say that it's a more general phenomenon having to do with attention, what it is that we think we need to pay attention to keep ourselves safe, and group dynamics. But I'm curious what you both think.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing I think about sometimes as a political scientist is there are pluses and minuses to the party system. So there's this phenomenon of affective polarization where people dislike the other side. It's partly related to issues, but partly related to deeper things. And if you look at that same concept in a lot of European multi-party systems, it's not that it doesn't exist, it does, but it has a very different form, and mostly what it is there is that people don't like really far radical right parties. But if you ask a, say, like social democrat how they feel about a Christian Democrat, they're kind of like, yeah, whatever. Whereas most, Democrats really dislike most other Republicans, and I think one kind of weird feature of the U.S. is the kind of nature of the two-party system makes the conflict like I win, you lose. So a book I like to teach to undergrads is this book by Francis Lee called Divided Majorities, and the point of the book is basically like part of the reason why congressional politics look so nasty and dysfunctional is because, you know, if you look, for example, at the House of Representatives right now, you know, Republicans have like a 3-seat majority. That's why Elise Stefanik, they're slow rolling her confirmation because they want to keep her vote in the House. So it's sort of like, if you're the Democrats, it's like, okay, well, you don't have much incentive, right, to kind of work with the Republicans. You're like, no, I want them to screw up so that in 2026, we become the majority party, right? So that kind of very narrow kind of divisions within a two-party system is just a particularly bad way of thinking about this.
Yeah, I'll add to that one of the limitations is a lot of the research that's been done on these topics has been in America. And so there's a need for a lot more research around the world. We're just actually about to launch a study in like 20 or 30 countries, depending on how much money we can get, if there's grants at the end of this conference. And the goal is to look at the impact of these technologies in other countries, especially in other continents that haven't been studied very well. So we can actually like draw proper comparisons. And that gives you a sense then of what is the impact just of the technology per se, and what might be, in the way that I currently think of it, is that the current intergroup dynamic and polarization and those types of things in America are already, the fire is already going, and then the technology is just like an accelerant. It's like pouring gasoline on an already existing fire. I don't think that the technology here started any of this. I think it's just an accelerant. And so I think it will play out differently depending on the intergroup conflicts in different places, as Mina mentioned. But we really do need to study it a lot more to know exactly what the variables are causing what. I think that's like not well known enough by scientists.
Thank you, yes. Each of you does research that can tell us something about how we can talk to people who disagree with us. You've touched on this a little bit. What does your work say about solutions, interventions, positive steps? You can frame it however you want, that we can enact to help people navigate difficult conversations and truly communicate with people who disagree with them. And I'll tack on something I've been thinking more about is, are we just hoping for tolerance? Is there something more hopeful, more positive that we can achieve as a society? Was there a point in time where we had that and we lost it? So trying to speak to that if you can. And take whichever order. I hate to always be like, Mina, you go first. Okay.
Yeah, I'll jump in.
Okay.
So some of the relevant research that I do is how it is that these sort of competitive intergroup contexts really distort our beliefs about the other side. So not just what we think they think, but specifically what we think they think about us. And what we find very reliably is that in competitive contexts, we make all manner of wildly negative attributions to them relative to how they actually feel about us. And one of the reasons that this is important is because this is yet another accelerant, I think. It's from just a purely game theoretic perspective. If I think they hate us and everything that we do, that forecloses on the possibility of collaboration. It puts me in a vulnerable position to continue to try, actually. It puts me in a bad position, strategically speaking. And so these misbeliefs and these misperceptions, like Matt had referred to them, I think are incredibly powerful, because even if we don't personally have ill will towards the other side in whatever kind of a conflict we're discussing, I'm going to be motivated to maintain some sort of ill will, or at least have negative intentions towards them to protect myself and our interests. That's just rational. One of the things that I find helpful about thinking of, what we find in our research is that if we correct people's misperceptions on this count, we say, okay, you guessed that the other political party would be opposed to what your political party did, 100% of, if you're a Democrat, 100% of Republicans would be opposed to what the Democrats just did. But actually, we polled a bunch of Republicans, and it turns out only half of them would be opposed, or they wouldn't be opposed to the degree that you believe. They're, sort of lukewarm on the idea. What we find is that then actually changes people's beliefs about their negative intents on other things. So what that suggests to us is that there's a whole complex of beliefs that we have about the other side, and we're going to respond to them in a somewhat rational fashion. But if those beliefs are overly pessimistic, we have a problem, right? Because that's just that's a conflict spiral that escalates over time. And the good news about correcting meta-perceptions is that there are two things. One, it's just about increasing accuracy. I'm not lying to participants when I'm intervening. I'm not telling them anything that isn't actually true about the world. I'm just giving them more accurate perceptions about what it is that on average the other side believes. So that's one thing I like about it. The other thing is it's good news. And there are very few things that constitute good news in politics right now. I think when we give them information that the other side isn't nearly as hateful towards them as they thought, people are relieved. It has a chance to land. We're not telling them you're wrong about them or trying to dispel their stereotypes, which it turns out is incredibly difficult to do. People like to hold on to their stereotypes. But we're giving them good news. They actually like and respect you more than you thought. And that is why I think that one of those, that kind of information actually has potentially a chance to land. The last thing I'll say is it's not just about how they feel about us, it's also what we expect them to do. So there's lots of really beautiful work now across political psychology and political science and social psychology, finding that if you dispel the belief that the other side is particularly inclined to engage in political violence, if you tell them actually very few people would support this, that turns down the temperature on people's own preferences for political violence and democratic backsliding. And so it's not just about feelings, it's also about strategic behavior. And I think that that's, again, incredibly important because what we need to do is reduce the effects of these accelerants.
Yeah. So I want to build on some of that and think about 3 different strategies that are like quite practical things that I like to tell folks, I don't, not normal Americans, but non-academics, I guess, when I talk about these things. So I've done some work. I wrote a book on kind of reducing animosity. A lot of it centers on cross-party dialogue. And so I took away a couple of broader lessons from that. And the first one is that listening is more important than speaking. So we tend to really value kind of speaking is like, no, we need to have our opinion out there. But one of the things I really learned from that was that you get a lot out of listening carefully to other people. And I think that the key point there is listening to understand, right? So kind of trying to understand someone else's point of view, why they feel the way that they feel and why they think the way that they think, and to try and pick up on that to get a better sense of their point of view. The second thing is that when you're looking for these conversations, I think they tend to go better if you try to cut against the grain rather than go with it, right? So if I'm a Democrat and I'm talking to a Republican, if I just say like, why won't you just admit that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election, right? That kind of creates a bit of a defensive barrier because I'm saying something that even if you sort of, you might think, okay, yeah, that's probably sort of true, but it's this identity marker, and so I'm asking you to give up something quite valuable about yourself. If instead I say something like, what's a time when your party really disappointed you and you wish they'd done something different? That kind of opens up space in a different way for conversation that's a lot more constructive. And the third thing, picking up on a theme we talked about this morning, have humility and be willing to extend grace to other people, right? So one of the things is I've thought about how to do some of this with students, right? One of the things that we really emphasize is something that came up at dinner last night is thinking about what some of the ground rules are. And one of the things I say to students is you need to extend grace to other people so that other people will in turn extend grace to you, right? Because one of the benefits of getting someone older is that you realize that you will screw up, right? So that you need other people to forgive you, so in return you extend them that same courtesy. So I think that if you think about how maybe to have interactions in a more productive way, right? It doesn't mean they're always going to go well, right? They still fail, right? This is hard to do, right? But there are things you can do that might make it more likely that they come out well.
Yeah, I'll add a few things to this. The first is that people are often surprised how much they enjoy talking to people, whether those are strangers or people they disagree with. And there's been lots of studies on this in psychology. For example, like randomly assigning people to talk to someone on their morning commute. Turns out they enjoy the day a little bit more if they actually sparked a conversation, even though they don't expect that they would enjoy it. And people have the same experience if they have a conversation with someone that they might otherwise expect to disagree with. It turns out that they are often surprised and they find that there's a lot more common ground than they expected. And one of the problems of the misperceptions that Mina mentioned is that when we have stereotypes about a group, and this is not just, we're talking about political groups here, but I want to apply this to the first panel we talked about religious groups, We can also talk about racial groups. There's all kinds of groups in society where if you have a negative stereotype, if you have a positive stereotype about them, you think they're good people, nice people, they agree with you, you'll actually reach out and interact with them, and then you could be proven wrong. You could find out that someone is actually not as positive as you expect, and you can update your belief. But if you have a negative stereotype about a group, that will lead you to avoid interacting with everybody in that group, and therefore you can't be proven wrong, and therefore you're immune to updating your beliefs. And so it's actually really important to understand that negative stereotypes can be immune to disproof because of their nature. It leads us to avoid interacting with people who could actually give us information that would be really critical for us to changing and evolving our belief about them. So that's one of the that's the way you get in this vicious cycle of like, you just continue to read negative things about them and you never have an opportunity to get it debunked. The other thing I will say that's really critical, and this dates back to the 1950s, is that if you can put people together and find a common goal or a common in-group identity, that is one of the most proven ways to help build grounds for connection. And that can be, Mina and I have even done research on this. That can be like working together in a competition. It can be like cheering for the local football team. It could be, state pride. It can be national pride when you watch the Olympics. All of these things are sources of broader identities that are more inclusive and allow us to feel a sense of connection to people who otherwise are different to us. And it turns out there was a recent tournament called the Strengthening Democracy Challenge, and it was run out of a set of our colleagues and collaborators at Stanford, and they invited people to submit interventions to reduce affective polarization and strengthen, bolster democracy. They had 252 submissions from around the globe, from scientists and scholars. I read your interventions too. And the one that my lab submitted was about like reminding people they share a common identity as Americans and they have a history of shared norms and values. And that dramatically reduced affective polarization, and it lasted for several weeks. And so you might think it feels like these things are immune to being changed, but that was a research where it was randomly assigned to 32,000 Americans, and it worked really well. It had a really strong effect size and persisted. And it also spilled over to bolster their support for democracy. So there are types of things that we can do that are grounded in 70 years of research that can apply to all kinds of group conflicts. That can be part of any conversation, that you can find that common ground first and can help create a more germane basis for a conversation about other topics where there might be differences. Okay, I'll add one more way to deal with it. Now, I'll go back to social media since I opened with that problem and how it's kind of has incentive structures for extreme people and extreme perspectives. We figured, okay, well, can we get people to unfollow, a dozen of these extreme people? And so we identified the most hyper-polarizing accounts on social media. It was on Twitter or X. It was on Twitter and then it became X because Elon Musk took it over halfway through our study. But we followed people for about a year. And for the first month, we paid them, I think it was $20, to just unfollow about 10 to a dozen of these more extreme accounts that they were following. And then we measured how polarized they were, how much they hated people from the other political party. And what we found is that just simply unfollowing about 10 to a dozen of these accounts reduced their feelings of polarization by 24%. And then we said, this is the best part, then we said the study's over, just like most of our studies, and we said you can refollow these accounts if you want, go back about resuming your diet of social media however you like. And then we followed up with them at 3 months and 6 months and a year later. And what we found is that the intervention still worked. And I was actually pretty shocked by this, is that they were still less polarized months later. And this almost never happens with psychology interventions. Usually you change somebody's mindset, it helps in the moment, and then the day later, a week later, they go back to normal because they're refed the same diet of news and elite messaging they get in the world. But what had happened is when the study was over and we gave them their money and said you could refollow these extreme accounts if you want to, the majority of people did not want to. And so they permanently changed their information diet. And it's just analogous to if you permanently change your diet to be something more healthy, you stop eating at McDonald's every single day, and you start eating somewhere healthy, and then I say at the end of the month, okay, you can go back to McDonald's, you might decide, actually, I'm feeling better, I don't want to go back there and eat that stuff now. And they kept their new information diet, and the people who kept that diet were less polarized for a year later. And then we ran another study where we gave them a different condition where we said, okay, we're going to pay you to follow someone different. And so we paid them to follow science accounts, like the NASA account and the Discover Channel account. And so it was pictures of like the James Webb Telescope of black holes and poison dart frogs in the Amazon. And now people had a positive emotional experience of being on social media. And so you can change how they feel about other groups. You can change how they feel about their own well-being by just changing that diet a little bit. And I think we often underestimate how much content we're consuming on here. And so I'm just gonna give a little experiment in this class. We'll just see. How many people picked up their phone first things in the morning? Raise your hand and then look around the room. So about half of the room. How many people checked it right before they went to bed? Put your hand way up, don't be shy. Our whole panel almost did, 75% of us. This happens like every room I go into. And so it's like most of your conscious experience is infected with the diet of information that you're getting from the moment you fall asleep to the first moment when you open your eyes and wake up. And so that's the experience for a lot of people. And so if you change what that information is that you're receiving and make it a little less hostile, a little less toxic, a little less full of like stereotypes that pick on certain groups, then you're gonna find that you might feel a little better and you might be feeling a little less hostile towards those groups. And it doesn't take much. This was like, instead of taking a sledgehammer and just like banning it or deleting the app, it was taking a scalpel and just carving out those things that were actually harming their perceptions of the world.
Thank you. So I thought I'd turn to some of the questions coming in here because it relates to some of the topics that have come up regarding changing people's perceptions or becoming more accurate in how they understand other people's understanding. You touched on issues, Jay, I believe you specifically touched on issues related to social media and how they're the algorithms that they're feeding. So I thought this question was related to it. So it says, there is an effort to erode the idea of truth nowadays. If we don't have a sense of truth, how can we agree or disagree? Aren't we reduced to epistemological goo? And so, yeah, I think this is a great question because a lot of times, as we said, these disagreements maybe aren't based on reality or an accurate understanding of things. But there are forces out there that are financially motivated, and maybe we can speak to some other motivations they might have to, like if they're coming from other countries, for example, these efforts to foster disagreement. And a lot of times that is based on things like the spread of misinformation. So I wonder if you all could speak to this issue of like the question of, if we don't have a sense of truth, how can we get to a better understanding? That's something I've heard you all speak to, or agreement. If that is a goal, should that be a goal? So
Yeah, I guess we didn't tackle the question of like what is normatively desirable with these interventions.
Yeah.
Maybe we should do that really quickly. I mean, this is a question that anyone who studies polarization has to ask themselves. What is the outcome you actually want to achieve? Do you want to make everybody more centrist? Do you want to make people like each other? You want them to stop being mean to one another? What is the actual objective on the table? And I think where I've landed for myself is really, as a researcher, my job is not to convince people of anything. It's certainly not to persuade anyone, but it's to get people to practice to understand where their own beliefs are coming from and practice figuring out where other people's beliefs are coming from. So it's not the content, it's rather the process. Like that feels like what my job is as a researcher, is to help people figure out not only why they think the things that they believe, but also to figure out how to better ask and elicit from other people why they believe what they believe. And I think that that's a much better starting point than coming from, my goal here is to persuade you or to change your mind.
Yeah, I think that's a great perspective, because one of the things when I do this, and I'll often kind of start with things like misperceptions, and people say like, okay, but it's not all misperceptions. And I'll say, that's right. And so there's a great line that Danielle Allen has quoted in some of her work, and it's basically that, I'm going to get it wrong, but it's something like democracy is a great roar, right? And that's part of it, and that contestation is kind of at the heart of democracy, and you're not going to get rid of it, right? It's okay to disagree, right? The goal is not to eliminate disagreement. I tell people, I like to help you learn how to disagree better, right? And be able to handle that conflict better. Because I think if you can handle that conflict better, right, you understand that that is the challenge of the modern age in many ways, right? living in a diverse, plural society is really hard. Functionally, it has never happened before this in world history, right? So sometimes I have like arguments with friends, this is like the kind of stuff academics argue about, right? As like, is the Austro-Hungarian Empire like the world's first multi-ethnic society? Well, I can, never mind. I was going to tell a personal anecdote that's not relevant. You can ask me later what it was. It's very, very dorky. But, we could have some, debate about this, but like in many ways you can sort of think that, the last few decades in the US, and we could maybe pick on a couple of other countries, right, or pick out a couple of other countries, are the first time this has kind of ever happened. It's not easy, right? So that it's about thinking about how you can manage some of that disagreement in an effective way so that you understand what the stakes of things are on the table and you can have a well-reasoned and well-articulated debate.
Yeah, I think my intuitions are similar to both of yours in the sense that when I'm talking about reducing polarization, I'm talking about reducing affective polarization, is just like sheer dislike or hatred for other groups. I'm not actually trying to convince them to believe a certain policy. So I think that, I'll go to the first panel, you use the word pluralism a lot. And I think like that is a fundamental part of modern society, and certainly this one, is that you have to get people, and this is what I try to underscore in my class when I teach, is that we have an incredibly diverse student body. I teach intro psych to like 300 students, and they come from around the world. And most of them don't even care or understand American politics. So this is even, the issue of American politics isn't even on their radar in a real way. But they come from a wide variety of ethnic, religious, national backgrounds, different socioeconomic classes, and a wide variety of perspectives. And so I want people to be more open-minded to managing diverse perspectives and people different than them, because I think that's healthy for society and necessary for society. And then to avoid having those erupt into violent conflict, I think would be like an ultimate goal as a minimum. Ideally, it would be great if we had a deeper understanding of people and their differences and learn to respect them and embrace some of the things that we could come to agree on and enrich our own thinking and maybe evolve how we see the world. So I think those are my ultimate goals. With one exception, I also study misinformation and conspiracy theories. And I think that the epistemic issue about what is truth is one where, as a scientist, I feel like I have a duty to help people understand what's true and to understand what barriers come between themselves psychologically and understanding that truth. And so a lot of my research in the last 8 years has been, why do people hang on to false beliefs? Because they can be incredibly harmful for us as a society, and I think like the type of people who are in this room are well equipped to try to help people understand what's true. We have expertise, I think, that's important to share. Like I would much rather have, when CNN has a panel to discuss something about the issues you talked about, I would like to have experts on that panel. That's actually one thing I thought that was good during COVID, was I saw the nighttime news channels bring on experts instead of just pundits who are essentially politicians waiting between administrations. So I do think that there's a lot of utility in having people who have a depth of knowledge bring those on. And I do think it's really important for us to understand why people are attracted to misinformation, conspiracies, conspiratorial communities, and then what we can do to help them grapple with big truths. One big one that's hanging over all of us, a big one that concerns me, I've been studying, is like climate change. How do you get people to believe that climate change is really happening? Because it turns out that a lot of people are clinging to the belief that it's not, despite tons of evidence to the contrary. And so it's a really important issue. Before you can decide what to do on it, I think there's actually really good debates about, like, there's conservative solutions to it, liberal solutions. But before you can even have that debate about how you talk to different communities and have those solutions, you have to start with a ground truth of what the state of the universe is to have germane discussions about what we do about it.
It's probably worth saying that not everything has a ground truth, though. I mean, some things are just based in values and beliefs and preferences, and those are also at the heart of so many moral issues in our political lives, and that's kind of the problem. I know Kellyanne Conway gets a lot of grief for what was it, alternative facts? Was that the phrase?
Yeah.
But I think that she put her finger on something really important, which is that sometimes these things that are just beliefs and preferences come to take on the epistemic status of facts. That is that they feel fact-like to us, and that's incredibly powerful. And one of the things that I think as a society, we should be doing is helping people understand how to pull those things apart, what those things are that do have some ground truth versus what those things are that come from places that are values and opinions, and people are entitled to have those and they're entitled to disagree, but I do think those kinds of conversations are going to have to be different, and the best thing that we can do, specifically as educators, is teach people how to interrogate the origins of those. And which class they fall into, whether there's something that it's actually fact-like or if it's just elevated to feel fact-like in that moment. Now I'm curious what you two think.
No, I think that's really great. And one of the things I'm not allowed to tell you who I talked to, but I talked to people, we'll say administrators at a private university located on the East Coast in a major metropolitan area. You can fill in the blank of which one that might have been, about some of the stuff that happened on campus. And the question that I started with was like, what values did you want to inculcate with the way you thought about protest and how you responded to them? And they were like, and it wasn't they didn't give a great answer. Right, and I think that's one of the things that as I think about this, especially as I think about how to do this with students and how to train them in this, is that thinking about okay, well, what are the kind of core values that you want to articulate and think about, and helping you learn to articulate those, and part of that is sort of okay, well, what does have some ground truth and what is just these things that you can feel very passionately about, but are more about these kind of underlying moral issues, helping, I think, as I think about what we do in the classroom, that's something I want to help students do, is learn to think through how you follow through an argument, learn to think about evaluating evidence, because look, at the end of the day, students will forget the specific things you teach them about this paper or that theory, right? But they might learn and hold on to some of these broader things I think are really valuable things that are supposed to be the kind of hallmarks of an education.
Yeah, the education part, I'll pick up on that. So I have a stepson, and by the time he was 9 or 10, his school was teaching him the difference between opinion and fact. And it was actually really important because I don't remember ever being taught that distinction, and it took me a long time, probably into my 20s, before I realized the difference between the editorial page and investigative journalism. And I remember having conversations with family members who are grown adults in their 30s and 40s who didn't know that distinction. And so I think that we need to do a lot better with civic education around understanding where these distinctions exist, giving people the skills to understand them, to marking them more carefully when our news agencies create content, so that people can understand it. Because people are not stupid, they're smart, they can pick up tone. They get the editorial tone, whether it's left-leaning or right-leaning, right away. And if they then confuse the fact-based reporting with the tone that they're reading that's editorialized, then they distrust the source. And once they tune out of the source, then they won't trust anything from that source anymore. And so I think that we have to make it very clear when we're editorializing and when we're presenting fact-based content, because if those get confused in an audience's mind, they're gonna lose faith in us. And I think that's something that's happened with academics and our institutions, which are under heavy assault right now. I'm getting texts from colleagues this morning about Columbia just lost $400 million in funding. And part of it is because that there's an entire segment of this country that's lost faith in our institutions and is struggling to understand where there's editorializing coming from the institutions and their faculty and their students, and protest and what that means, separate from the fact-finding mission of these institutions. And I think that's a real challenge for us to be able to communicate those and demarcate them in effective ways. And I don't know if I don't have an answer to that, but I think that's a big problem that we haven't grappled with. And it goes trickles all the way down to children's education in primary school, all the way up to higher education and how we express ourselves at these institutions.
And not just higher education, but also our political elites.
Yep.
Elected officials probably need to learn this lesson better than anybody.
Yeah. Or they willfully ignore the distinction for political ends is probably
right,
what
and we should
happens.
we should figure out how to make it politically costly for them to continue to do that.
No, I agree.
One goal that I've heard repeated throughout this panel is better understanding of others, finding ways to foster that. So one of the questions I think, this is a very interesting, challenging question. It says, I have some friends and family who regularly share provocative political social media posts without any serious engagement of the ideas. They appear more as signaling to their crowd than inviting discussion. Is it ever worth engaging on these posts with other perspectives? Is it best to ignore, or perhaps some other option? So, yeah, anyone who wants to take a stab at that?
You, Matt.
Yeah, so this is something that I've actually even had students ask me this, and one of the things that I'll say is that I'm not sure the right way to engage someone is to engage them online, because it tends to kind of foster that same sort of kind of spiral. But the way I might approach it is I might try to, because and part of the other problem with social media, it's also public, right? And people are kind of choosing to present a particular kind of image there. And so I might approach them offline and say, hey, I want to talk to you about, this, and to try and, couch, it's not a judgmental thing, but I want to understand what your motivation for doing this and what you're, kind of hoping to achieve. And, you're probably not going to be able to get rid of it altogether, but I think you might be able to plant the seed of maybe that's not a super productive behavior, and to try and get them to think a little bit more critically about that sort of behavior, right? And I think doing that also in a way, one of the other things I learned about doing this is that it's really important to not seem judgmental to people when you're doing this, because as Jay said, people pick up on tone really quickly. And one of the striking things when I did work with in-person samples, so you actually get to talk to people at the end of the discussion, was that a lot of people were like, oh, I was so worried this was going to be a test and you were going to judge me at the end of it. I'm like, no, that's really not the point, right? Because I think a lot of people feel like the people in these sorts of roles tend to judge them a lot. So I think doing it in a constructive way maybe would help that kind of go a little bit better.
Yeah, for me, it comes down a little bit to what your goal is and how much time you have. I used to try engaging with people online about these things. I learned that it often accomplished nothing, and sometimes up escalated the conflict, as Matt suggested. So I find that I prefer, if I'm gonna have a discussion with people, to almost always do it in person or offline, like a real debate, which I enjoy. And I'll give you an example of this. I have this dynamic with my brother. We disagree very strongly politically. And we found that debating it online was not helpful, but when we're together for family holidays, we enjoy debating in person. And it turns out once we work through things, there's some things we're gonna disagree on, but we actually sometimes have a lot of common ground once we sort past our stereotype view of one another and get to actual policy issues. For example, I showed up once to stay at his house, and he's in Canada, but he's a big gun enthusiast. He had a shirt on that was made of guns, and it said, "No compromise." And so it sounds like somebody who's not willing to compromise on gun issues. But once we had a drink and started talking, it turns out that he had almost exact same set of policy prescriptions I would have, which is background checks, regulation of automatic weapons, and all these things. He just wants the right to own them and use them, having passed those things. And I actually really didn't have very many objections. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't buy them myself, but I had no objections to that. But if you saw his shirt and the way he was presenting himself to the world, it was very different from the nuance that he had once you got in a conversation with him. So if he had shared something like that on social media, I probably would have reacted. He would have saw my first pass reaction and it would have escalated. But in person, you can kind of slowly work through it and get to a point where you understand when someone actually stands on something. And the conversation was actually really interesting for both of us because it was pretty thoughtful and nuanced and engaged. And a lot of people want to have those conversations. And so our mom hates it when we get together for holidays and talk about this because she doesn't like that. So we kind of have ground rules. Don't engage her. But as long as we're in another room, she lets us do it and we actually enjoy it. And so even if we come to a lack of agreement, but we do not enjoy it when it's online. So the medium, I think, matters a lot. And creating a context where you can do it where you're both enjoying it and one person's not miserable the whole time is really critical. Just browbeating someone is probably going to get you nowhere.
No, I'm good.
Okay. So I like this question because it gets back to I think the heart of this panel. Why is it so hard to disagree? I like this question because there are times where, and you all have said this, where you just will disagree with a person. And I would actually push it further related to this question. there's a time where you feel like you need to judge this person. And so this question is, we often talk about how important it is to have civil disagreements with those we disagree with. We are also told not to judge the morality based on their positions. At what point does civility become normalization of immoral opinions? I think that's a great question. There are times where you fully understand the person. In fact, because you understand them so well, you realize not only do you disagree, but you actually, as I said at the beginning of this, you feel like they're doing something totally immoral. How do you grapple with those kind of situations? Take it whatever domain you want, politics or outside of that. How do you deal with these situations where it's not an issue of misunderstanding, you fully understand what the person's position is, you just feel like they are immoral, it's evil, and it's wrong? What do you do in those kind of situations? Assuming the option is not just walk away or, avoid it. That's too easy.
So I'll start by sharing an anecdote. So I gave a talk with, kind of similar things, and this woman came up and asked a question, and she said, Professor Levinas, this is great, but, my child is trans, and I'm not going to have a civil conversation with a transphobe. And I said, well, I appreciate that, and that's not the point of this, right? But I think sometimes being willing to have that conversation, we say, here's why what you're saying about my child and the kind of rhetoric you're doing is really causing a lot of harm. And I need you to hear and understand that so that you have to confront what you are doing to this, right? And be forced to kind of live with the reality of that, right? And that's not going to be an easy conversation, right? But that's an important conversation. And so when I think about this, I tend to think about civility, right? Which people often very falsely equate with politesse. It's not. I think the best book on this is by two rhetoricians, Keith and Danish, called, I think it's The Boundaries of Obligation, right? And so they talk about what civility means. This definition I really like is that you treat everyone as a political equal, right? So I think, Danielle, sorry to go back to Danielle Allen again, she's a theorist I like a lot. She has a really great, line on this issue. That's the most important insight in the Declaration, is that the reason we're all political equals is that we know best what will be best for us, right? So I think the way in which I think about how, or the set of people with you should engage with, are the people who are treating you and your arguments as if you have a legitimate right to be there. And if people are respecting that, I think you can work within those constraints and have a conversation where you can disagree, but to the extent that they don't, then I think that's not a productive conversation, and that's not a space in which I encourage people to engage.
I can build on that. I'll talk about a study that was done by Emily Kubin, not by my lab, that I thought was really creative in this way. They ran a couple studies first, asking people what they thought would gain them respect in these types of conversations. And people assume that facts will gain you respect, overwhelmingly. Survey after survey finds that people think that if you use facts, that's going to gain people, your political opponents will have to then listen to what you're saying, which was part of the earlier question we had. But then they ran studies and they had people talk, kind of engage in crosstalk on issues of abortion or trans issues. And what they found is that facts didn't really help you earn respect, and in fact didn't even lead people to see you as more rational. What helped was sharing a personal experience, because you can't really deny someone's personal experience. And if you're talking about how this affects you or someone in your family, or how some policy impacted you in some way, it turns out that that really resonates with even people who disagree with you very strongly on that issue, and they kind of pause and open their mind, and they actually see you as more rational for holding the position that you have once they understand how it impacts you. So I'm not saying that anybody has a duty to share their personal experiences with somebody who's different than them on a moral issue. It might be too upsetting for you. You might not have the bandwidth or the emotional, strength to do it at that moment. But the research suggests that if you're able to do it, it can give them pause, it can improve how they see you, and it can help them think twice about that issue and understand its impact on people a bit more. You have to understand that a lot of people are kind of now in little segmented communities and echo chambers, and they're not necessarily hearing these experiences from people in their community, people they know, people they trust. And these experiences, when they do hear them, really seem to resonate with them.
I think there's also something to be said about just propagating a norm of listening from within a group. So this is, again, coming back to elites and not shutting other people down or having these sort of, dialectical ways of thinking about the other. But also just, you know, I hadn't heard that definition of civility, and that really, really resonates with me. I think that for some people, it is their job to do these things. It's not necessarily our jobs to be out there convincing other people, but for people who are in politics, people who are thought leaders, people who are, they have a responsibility to do exactly these exercises. But then I also think that, you know, to your point, at some point, yeah, you do walk away. You're not going to win them all.
I think we have time for one more question. I'm going to modify this question, though. You all have mentioned how we obviously think in group terms. I have a friend, actually, one of my closest friends here. We disagree incredibly on political issues, but I love him. He's a good friend. And what's interesting is that I get along well with him. When we talk about the issues, sometimes we agree, but I can't stand I won't tell you the person, but the leader of his preferred political party. And I find that whenever we start focusing on like the elites, the leadership, that's where our friction really arises. It's not our issue, our one-on-one issues or our dynamics. How can, and I feel like this is a thing a lot of people are struggling with now. This is related to the question. How can we have these conversations where you don't really have a problem even with the person in front of you and what they're saying, but it's almost like their allegiances. And the minute you try to direct any kind of doubt or negativity towards those allegiances, they kind of shut down. It's almost like they become a different person. Like how do you handle those kind of tough situations? That's our final question, I think. So.
Shall I? My understanding is that actually, for most people, they don't love their political leaders, or when they do, they still take issues with them on some issues. And I think that there's some evidence to indicate that if you don't know anything else about a person except for their political partisanship, all the stereotypes are going to fill in all the gaps. But the second they start to give you a more nuanced view of their views, even if they support a particular politician, that it softens you to them because you understand that they are more complex than just a party stereotype. And moreover, the more you're asked to think of more and more and more exemplars from a particular party, you might start at the most extremes because that's the first person who comes to mind, but if you're forced to think of, say, like the 20th person that you know who belongs to that party, it moderates your representation because you recognize that there's some distribution of people. Not all of the people in the party are substitutable for one another. My understanding is that it's not very often, at least with the exception of a few hot button, high profile issues, most people actually don't have 100% perfect party alignment with their party's platform at all, right? That's actually quite rare.
Super rare.
Yeah, so I think that the more that people understand that, you can get past okay, you voted for this person, but what are your beliefs if the goal is to have a relationship with that particular person?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would say something actually really similar, and that's that you don't have any ability to control what Donald Trump, Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden, Mitch McConnell, fill in the blank thinks. Sorry if you thought you did, but you don't. Right? And so, sometimes when people ask me these sorts of questions, I say something similar like, take it down to something where you can actually control and think about that person and their beliefs, because that's who you're having the relationship with. It's not with those national, political figures, and that thinking about them rather than the political elites will do that. And that's the other advice I give to people is that I actually think one of the great tragedies of the last couple of decades politically has been that we have come to think of politics as being what happens in Washington, D.C. If you go back and read the Federalist Papers, right, it is fundamentally a complete opposite of the way the system was set up to work. This was a system that was set up to decentralize power and to put lots of decisions into the hands of state and local officials, and lots of stuff still happens there, right? Lots of things that people really care a lot about. Joe Biden, Donald Trump, Nancy Pelosi, all those people can do very little to affect issues about, say, policing. Like, yeah, they can control who gets some grants and who gets extra COPS funding, which is the unfortunate name for its community-oriented policing and service grants. But, like those sorts of things are what they can control. But all of those decisions are made at the state and local level. So to the extent that you're passionate about those things, get involved in state and local issues, because it's much easier to have an impact and an effect there. And there are real things that matter that happen at those levels, right? I often try to discourage, even, someone used to run a program to train people to go into government service. At first I was like, oh, I want everyone to go to DC. And then after 3 months I was like, absolutely not, right? And trying to move students in exactly the other direction, because I just think there's a lot more that can be done there, and in a much more productive fashion typically.
Yeah, I'll add one thing, is that the data I've seen is that political elites tend to be more extreme than the average voters from their party. And I think this is especially true currently of the Republican elites. You're nodding. I was just making sure I had that right. And so you have to understand that the average person's views are not synonymous, if those voting members of those party are not synonymous with the elites. And I think that we need a language and a way of talking and thinking that separates the elites from the regular voters, because a lot of people's perceptions, I'm almost certain of it with Mina's research, with why our perceptions of regular people are so distorted, is because we're generating them based on the behavior and expressions of elites that we're seeing in the media and in the news and on social media. And then we're generalizing it to regular citizens, and they're not matching up very well. And therefore we're treating our neighbors very poorly. And I think that it's really fundamental that we start to talk in a way that distinguishes them. And I'll just give you a very short personal experience. I had some research of mine that analyzed, I gave this a polarization dictionary, measured social media posts by members of Congress in the last 4 years, 6 years, and the New York Times data staff ran it, and they had a front page story on it, analyzing it over the last, how our elites are using more polarized rhetoric, and how that led into the January 6th decision for some of them not to vote to certify the election. And I showed it to my mother-in-law, who's a Republican, who's there, and she read the story, and she really didn't like it because the way the story was framed was about the rhetoric and behavior of Republicans. But what she interpreted as if it was about Republicans in general, but it was just talking about really this subset of Republican members of Congress, and it was really a subset of them who voted or did not vote to certify the election. Many of them did vote in that party to certify the election. And so the language that we have, as if Republican means synonymous with her, my mother-in-law, and Marjorie Taylor Greene or something like that, and they hold almost very few beliefs in common, is a problem, because she took the article as offensive to her. Once I explained that it wasn't about actual Republican voters, she had no problem with it at all. And it was just the language that we use. We don't have different terms. In this room, we have a panel on elites, but regular citizens don't hear that when they read our discussions or aren't thinking about it. And it makes it hard. These things get muddy, and they can be offensive and upsetting for people.
Thank you. I just want to thank everyone for attending our panel, and hopefully a round of applause for our speakers here. Thank you. I'm sure if people have questions, you all will stick around so they can come up and ask. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
This is not on. Oh, yeah. Where's the on switch? This is, oh, here we go. I got it. Hi there, folks. My name's Deborah Beck. I'm a professor in the Department of Classics, which is part of the College of Liberal Arts here at the University of Texas at Austin. I have the pleasure of introducing Joy Connolly to my right, who's going to give our keynote address. I would invite y'all to take your seats. Don't rush over there as fast as possible, but we're going to get started with our keynote session. I want to talk as little as possible so that we can hear not from me, whom nobody came to hear, but from Dr. Connolly, whom we all are very eager to hear from. The facts of her biography are available in the booklet for the event, so I want to spend very little time on that. As you know, she's the president of the American Council of Learned Societies. She's also a classicist, so I've known of her and known her for more than 25 years. I want to say a little bit about Dr. Connolly as a person, as a colleague, as a humanist, and as a human. As a faculty member first at the University of Washington, later at Stanford University, at NYU, and the City University of New York. As a writer for many, many publications, both general interest publications and also 2 books on ancient Roman political thought and rhetoric. As a thinker and as an administrator, Dr. Connolly has devoted her career to understanding how people forge strong political and social communities through their discourse, both in ancient Rome and today. And Dr. Connolly not only writes and talks the words, but she walks the walk. Having come here to the University of Texas, she has been incredibly generous with her time. She has met with multiple groups, including my own department, where she graciously entertained and really was very interested in talking about questions not only from fellow faculty members, but from graduate students and even from some enterprising undergraduates who attended. Today, she's going to talk to us about an issue that I think is top of mind for anyone who's part of a university community, who cares about the life of the mind, and that is, what is the purpose of education in a democratic society? So please join me in welcoming Dr. Joy Connolly.
Thank you, Deborah. Thank you. That was really gracious, and I feel like I don't deserve the thanks because I enjoyed all those interactions so much. The one thing, I have a wonderful job running the American Council of Learned Societies, but it's an academic nonprofit, and I can tell you more about it after we're finished here. But the one thing I honestly do really miss about it, in my current job, the thing I miss in life is spending time in universities and colleges, which is really my kind of heart home. And so thank you for welcoming me so warmly into different venues, because I've been kind of feeding on your energy and ideas and warmth and excitement and anxiety too. I'm going to talk a little bit about that. It's all part of the picture of how we're living today. So thank you so much for bringing me here. I'm really, as I said, happy to be here. I want to thank Dean Ann Huff-Stevens for being involved in inviting me and kicking off today, opening up today. Pauline Strong, thank you for being here and moderating the Q&A. And I also want to thank all of you for giving up this beautiful, warm, sunny Friday afternoon, giving me the gift of your time. So first of all, I am going to amend my title slightly, because I'm not going to try to address all of education, but rather I'll focus on what is the purpose of the university in a democratic society. So we really will be focused on the university today. And I'm actually going to start, having just heard the panelists before me talk about the power of the personal anecdote. It came to me kind of in a flash, as sometimes happens before you give a talk, that my whole approach here, I think, is very much shaped by my experience as a dean. I was a fairly young dean and had to learn a lot on the ropes, and thanks to the grace and generosity of many colleagues, kind of higher, quote unquote, on the administrative ladder, and also, lower, whatever that means. A lot of department chairs in particular who mentored me as in my first and second year in the deanship in particular. But I learned a lesson there, which is when a chair came to me with an idea or a plan, I learned pretty quickly that the best response was to say, if you want me to find funding for your plan or whatever support they needed, but it was usually funding, let's sit together and think about a way to make this plan solve a problem of someone higher up in the administration, the provost, the president, maybe some other vice provost or even the CFO. Let's figure out a way to make this plan serve that purpose. The strategic plan, I was talking about this yesterday with some faculty, or let's see how the plan affects a metric that matters to the higher ups. Let's make your plan solve their problem. And I think the way I'm going to talk today, because that often worked. It didn't always work, but it often worked as a strategy, or as a tactic, I should say. But I realized that my approach to thinking about how we rescue the university today, how we do the work of repair that I'll talk about, that will solidify, maybe even future-proof it, if I can say that, is by finding and then articulating this situation that the university is the research university is here to solve a problem for democracy. If that's the story we can tell, I think it's going to be leaning on my personal experience, but leaning on probably the experience of many of you. That's going to be the way we move forward. So take this all in that context. Because we are indeed today, and it's a daunting situation, we're in a battle over the university, its purpose and its future. My colleagues, the staff at ACLS are often, they're used by now, knowing me now for 6 years, they're used to telling me, Joy, lighten up on the military metaphors, like demilitarize your discourse. And over the last few months, I have been feeling that I am on solid ground, saying, actually, I'm going to hold on to those military metaphors. And I want, keep telling me to lighten up on them when you feel like I'm going too far. But we do need to, if that's the wrong metaphor, find one as compelling to get across the sense of where we are in a struggle. Now, the fact that this is very familiar territory for the university is part of the problem. It's actually a joke in this genre of talk, I think, to trot out some quotation about the precarious position of the university, and especially the liberal arts in American life, and then say, and that was written in 1882. And it's usually true, because the university has always been, and especially the liberal arts, in a precarious place. So we're in an uncomfortable position, as I was talking about, discussing with faculty yesterday, of experiencing direct threats to the academy's existence, and especially to the research university's existence, after well over a century of death by 1,000 cuts. So let me just review where we are for a second to convey the sense. I mean, I don't know, maybe it hardly needs saying, but to get on the same page about where we are and the threats we face. The background going back to the 1970s, as I see it is, and there are many ways to tell this story, but as I see it is this. We saw in the 1970s, I didn't, I was a little too young, but we, as a nation, saw then the transformation of the public understanding of the university as a public good into the university as a site of individual bettering, a private good. And we talked a little bit about this morning in the panel about the real elite. And this change went hand in hand, a complicated story of cause and effect, but so I'll just for now say the change went hand in hand with the defunding of the public university and cuts in funding from the state, public funding, taxpayer dollars going to public universities, really hit one sector hardest, and that is students and families, people paying tuition. It didn't, the money didn't cease flowing to the science labs, didn't cease flowing to funding beautiful campuses. It really went to pulling back on student tuition. because that was when, again, hand in hand with the story of the university now playing the role of a private good, not a public one. And more recently, we see a sea change, and this very much picks up in the last panel and talk earlier today. We're seeing a sea change in culture driven by the internet, driven by social media, which has revolutionized the availability of information that used to be available only in the university library or a college library in a lot of places. And this is a revolution the university, again, the University with a capital U, the Research University, liberal arts colleges, community colleges, and many institutions in different ways fall under this label. This revolution of the availability of information is something the university has not grappled with effectively in terms of its core mission. And I'm going to come back to that. I think it's really important. It's also revolutionized the availability of misinformation, as we were just discussing. The sea change, the internet, social media, has also transformed, or we might say deformed, again, our habits of social interaction. And also as thinkers like Mark Fisher and Tressie McMillan Cottom and David Graeber and others have noted, it's compounded the mental health epidemic, which seems anyway, endemic to late capitalism. And I'm thinking here of anxiety and stress and depression, rising levels of suicide connected to those conditions. Well, now we have a presidential administration that is systematically targeting agencies and institutions that it defines as the source of active resistance to its agenda. And also, it's targeting of knowledge and sources of the production of knowledge that might spark resistance. And universities obviously fit rather in both categories. So hence we're seeing attacks and I think carefully laid out at the state level and now being picked up on the federal level, attacks on academic freedom and experiments in legislative censorship here in Texas and Florida, Ohio, and other states. We see the demonization of activism on campus and a new image, very new in American society, of the campus as a politics-free space, as that being an ideal, of politics being too dangerous and too unsafe to entertain in the form of activism on campus. The demoralizing attacks on DEI, which have many purposes, but one purpose seems to be simply that of demoralization of the university. More recently, the indirect rate cap on the National Institutes of Health, which, if you're not following this is going to transform, if this holds up, and it's a question if it will, if it holds up, it's going to completely, utterly transform the way science is done in this country, and that means the way science is done around the world. It's going to affect everyone on this planet, and it immediately has put our richest and most prominent universities in the red for this year's budget, and in a complete panic. We saw just on Wednesday night a leaked plan to close the Department of Education, and then today, I think this was just referred to, we heard of the administration's pulling almost $500 million of contracts from a particular university it was unhappy with, Columbia, on the charge that they've failed to protect Jewish students on campus. So it is a lot, and I didn't even touch on everything. I'm just pulling out some highlights. And I think the question that is on my mind I want to dig into gradually is, what is the American university to do in today's democracy, which has produced, in some sense, where we are? So the American university was remade, to put this in context, and don't worry, this isn't a 40,000 years ago kind of, I'm not going to be here forever, but I do want to look back for just a second to fairly recent history. The American university was remade in the 1940s into an engine of social mobility and the production of knowledge presented to the public as solving social problems. This is really a key high point in the university as a public good in terms of the history of the university as an institution. This was done through things like the GI Bill and the establishment of organizations like the NSF, the National Science Foundation, which was set up in 1950, that helped channel historically unprecedented amounts of funding to universities and colleges. Now, I don't want to skip over, as people often do, the fact that racism and classism and a host of other failings marred this process. It wasn't miraculous, it was far from perfect. But it had effects. It started balls rolling that gained momentum over the decades. And key to my thinking about this is that public approval of the university was strong, despite, and easy to forget this, the popular associations among the American public at the time of the university with elitism, with the WASP elite in particular, with communism, and with social nonconformity. And those certainly, well, the WASP elitism probably receded over the 50s, 60s, and 70s, but the association of the university with the political left and social nonconformity remained strong, grew stronger, and yet popular opinion was still high. Popular judgment of the university was still high. But this, of course, began to change, or maybe not, of course, with the swift reactionary emergence of the Reaganite narrative of private good that swept the country in the 1980s. And university leadership, in response, out of a mix of motivations, transformed those post-war arguments into really instrumental defenses of the university that took broadly two shapes. The university, they said, they began to say, which they were really not saying before. The university was there to prepare students for the workforce, for careers, and second, the university was there to solve problems, especially the wicked problems of the market, through biosciences and technology above all. This was often presented as solving the wicked problems of the world, but I think this is complicated, but I will say that there's a lot of reason to argue that that was a misrepresentation, a bit of puffery, because the problems that science and technology in the university tended to focus on were problems identified by the market. Now that includes a lot of good human goods like people living longer and curing diseases, but I don't want to forget the role that the market played in the choices research programs in universities took at that, or that shaped research programs in universities at that time. So these arguments were designed to attract a public getting increasingly skeptical about the value of the university and the value of the education it offered, and increasingly shocked by the cost of tuition as it went up, thanks again to the political decision to disinvest and move the tuition burden onto the shoulders of individual students and families. Some of the original motivations behind this mission shift toward individual career readiness and targeted problem solving were good. Faculty and administrators sought to make the university less elitist. They sought to make it more responsive to students' aspirations for a better life, and to encourage the brain power collected in the system to direct itself to the improvement of human life with things like vaccines and digital technology, which have many good effects. I'm of an age to remember in graduate school in the 90s, still plenty of faculty there in the university. I did my degree at Penn, good people, good faculty, excellent teachers, but who made no bones about saying that talking about jobs after graduation was something they did not deign to do and thought was beneath them and not an issue properly taken up in any context. That's changed, and that's all, again, for the good. But unfortunately, these two narratives of individual career readiness and targeted problem solving have crowded out everything else, and their pragmatic appeal has won over trustees and legislators and public opinion. At the same time, it's fueled an appetite for deliverables measured in post-degree salary dollars in the very short term. And the theoretical sciences, I should say, are not immune to this. They're not immune from hits when it comes to demands to conform to market needs. I think most of all of President E. Gordon Gee, declared in his State of the University speech in West Virginia in March of 2023. He said, "Putting students' careers first shines a light on those things that may no longer be relevant." That's a quote, and he said this just a few months before he initiated deep cuts across the arts and sciences and indeed professional schools as well, including languages other than English and mathematics and public administration. And here we really see the cost of this example, which is not isolated. We see the cost of the abandonment of the vision of the university as a public good. It just becomes very clear. because that abandonment has gone hand in hand with the professionalization, or we might say the privatization and commodification of academic culture, of faculty culture as well. In most departments, if you visit them, as I have the chance to do, and you ask, well, what is our contribution to the public good? Or as Johann Gottlieb Fichte asked his colleagues in Germany in the early 1800s in a question I love, he said, to whom do we as scholars owe? To whom do we owe? To whom is our obligation as scholars? These just aren't common questions for faculty to ask in department meetings or in school strategic planning sessions. And in fact, when I ask the question now, I'm often met with reactions that to me sound like they're coming right out of the privatization playbook. People say, what does that have to do with me? Or don't tell me I have to consult with anyone before, choosing what I want to choose to study. Now, I hasten to say this is complicated because we believe in academic freedom too. Scholars should have the ability to choose what they want to study. I also hasten to say I have that reaction. I think about my own research into Roman literature and political thought. But it's precisely because of the strength of that defensive reaction and that sense of distancing, that proper distancing, that I think we need, that's a good sign. We need to poke at this entrenched attitude, question where it comes from and whose interests it's serving. I'll also note that those scholars and scientists who for some decades now have sought to repair this problem by thinking about the public, by trying to answer the question, to whom do I owe, with very explicitly publicly engaged research projects or teaching programs, they've actually needed a name for their efforts, right? Public humanities, public sciences. It's what linguists call, marked terms, because it's so clear that typically that's not what we do. So I'm not going to waste a lot more time this afternoon admiring the problem, as I like to say. We like to say that a lot at ACLS. We're very good at admiring problems in academia, and that's one of our strengths. And I'm also, though, not going to preach. Well, I am going to preach a little bit of a sermon, but I'm not going to spend the whole time preaching a sermon about the value of the university in a democracy. I'm also not going to talk here about, this is a very Ciceronian technique, I have to say, by saying I'm not going to talk about this. I'm not going to talk about the efforts to craft a national voice for higher education that breathes new life into the notion of the university as a public good, but I assure you there are a lot of people out there working on exactly this, to try to create that voice and advance that story. That includes people at my organization, but dozens of others. No, now I want to think with you toward a solution, towards ways, or actually multiple solutions, ways to future-proof the institution that we each, wherever we are and whoever we are in this room, and on Zoom, that we can each begin to think about putting into practice today, both in our individual actions, but also in our structural roles in university governance or in shaping public opinion about the academy, about the university, and what it stands for. I do warn you, and I say this knowing the one thing we don't have is time right now. Time seems to be speeding by and many things are happening around us. These solutions will take time. It's just, there's no way around it. But I have tried to frame my thinking around the temporality of now, around what we, and by we I'm mostly going to mean university faculty and administrators and leadership with students and members of the public serving as our partners. I've tried to think about what we can start right now. So I propose that we begin to respond to the dire circumstances that surround us in terms of the reputation of the university and public questions about its usefulness with two actions. First, we carry the story about the university as a public good to people outside it, and we work with those people. We figure out the best ways to break down the walls that we don't like to admit exist, but that separate the university from people outside. And note, I keep saying people. I'm not saying we bring the story to audiences, because that suggests to me a scenario like this, which is actually not a scenario I love, where people stand on podiums and lecture to people sitting quietly and kind of stuck listening. I also didn't say, let's carry the story to the public, because let's face it, what is the public and how exactly does anyone speak to it? I don't know, maybe you do, but I'll come back to this question of the people we need to speak with. We, again, being people in this instance primarily within the university. And second, along with telling the story, and to make that first action possible and legitimate and visible and bold and real, we have to commit to changing some of our core professional habits and expectations as academics, and as faculty, as students, undergraduates, and graduate students. And I emphasize this action, change in what we really expect university life to be, because I think we have a chance here, a good chance, to improve ourselves. I was born in New England. I suppose I was talking to Michael Lind about, or he was talking about, I can't see him now, but about Puritan New England and its emphasis on self-improvement. Maybe this is where this is coming from. But I do think we have a chance here to improve ourselves. Pauline, you said at dinner last night, let's not waste a crisis. So we have a chance to make academic discourse more plural and more inclusive. We have a chance to bring the university into closer alignment with the democracy that it seeks to foster. But this requires really hard work and difficult kind of emotional work. It requires that we create a different way, a different map of the way we spend our time, and a radically different vision of the community that the university represents. So what's the story? I'll spend a little time on this. Back in the 1990s, when I was in graduate school, very, very few humanists, or indeed anyone, could grasp the impact of climate change. It was not something we talked about, as well as the live connections made possible by the leaps in digital technology that hit the public that decade and only increased apace. But both climate change and the digital revolution are world-connecting, everyday, experience-altering phenomena that have changed the planet and its future. And it's the survival of the world in this world-changing moment. Our neighborhoods, our parks, towns, cities, our social fabric, our sense of who we are as a community, our forests, our seas, the planet, the blue marble. If I had a picture, it would be that, the blue marble. That's what has to fuel, I think, the guiding story of the university. The value of the university and the education it offers, just like the value of democracy, is both instrumental and intrinsic. I think, and I'll put this out for you, that the best name for it is plurality itself. That has a little bit of an academic ring, so I've thought variety might resonate with more people. Diversity, interestingly, which is another word one could use, has been made too hot to handle in states like Texas, but now nationwide. And I think that's precisely because that word tells such an important, hard-hitting truth about our society. We are diverse, we are plural. And Judith Butler says about democracy, we do not choose our fellow citizens. They are not our kin, they're not our family, contra Aristotle. They're not even our friends, contra Aristotle. And I'm afraid my old college friend Danielle Allen also says this, so I disagree with her on that. We are plural with different ends. We're plural, we have different ideas about the pursuit of happiness. That's why the writers of the Declaration of Independence didn't even try to define happiness, and this is a debate they had, whether they should try to do it. But they understood that the plural nature of the American people, even at that time, made such an effort totally absurd. So that plurality, that variety, is a great, extraordinary fact of human experience. It's also, as we've been saying here just now, the biggest obstacle to collective security and efforts to improve the world for everyone. This is the problem that the democratic practice of politics is designed for, and this is the problem universities help solve. We do it already now. This isn't something we should do. This is something we do. It's just work that is the public story that's no longer the public story, but needs to be. We cannot take action, and now I'm really going to go into the preaching the converted mode here, and just to do it for kind of mime it for a few minutes. We cannot take action on climate change or inequality or autocracy or disease or poverty or any of the world's ills without knowledge and the capacity to communicate with each other. So we have to study languages, and we have to do it in depth, languages other than English and other than Mandarin or Hindi or Spanish or French or Arabic or Bengali and Russian. I have to check my notes because I didn't memorize that list, but those together are the 8 most spoken languages on the planet. We have to study languages other than those. We also have to study how to use them effectively, which means we have to study rhetoric and poetics and psychology and a host of other fields. We cannot communicate meaningfully with each other without understanding one another's histories and perspectives and values and habits of thought. That means we have to study history and culture and politics and philosophy. We need to understand the physical and biological world to ensure the integrity and flourishing of people and plants and animals, water, air, and so on. The Cameroonian political theorist Achille Mbembe has started to use the word planetary to summon up the connection between human life and the earth, a connection he sees as a guiding framework for understanding study in general. He talks about the planet as the living world, and he talks about it as encompassing not only the natural spaces, to use his phrase of open land and air and water, but also the human-constructed spaces of cities and agribusiness and fish farms, and also realms beyond the established ken of European and American thought. He draws on Africa's animist cosmogonies to invoke a principle of animation as the vital breath shared by all being that was, he says, born together and forms an integrated community. Among the Dogon in Mali and the Yoruba in Nigeria and other groups in the Congo Basin, Mbembe finds cosmogonies that link human beings with the world around us instead of separating us, as Atlantic thought has tended to do. And I want to read just one quotation from him because I find it so inspiring for thinking about how to, well, I'll get to that. He says, planetary politics should be connected to a politics of life, to a politics of the earth. That includes all creation, all the people of the world, the creations or works of humanities, interesting plural, the mass of things we have invented, animals, plants, microbes, minerals, and mixed bodies, which is what we all are. In other words, the whole physical universe, all of reality, including, since I'm drawing on the African pre-colonial archive, spiritual and biological energies consistent with the definition of the living world. Since the world finds itself in a state of fragmentation, Mbembe says he sees a need to remember it, that is, to put together its different parts and reassemble it and reconstitute it as an integrated system, and I'm going to quote one more time, in which humans and non-humans, physical, chemical, and biological components, oceans, atmosphere, and land surface are all interlinked in a grand gesture of mutuality. I'm acknowledging my need for water. Watery beings as we are. Mbembe's grand rhetoric of necessity may not give us, in terms of quotation, directly useful language for our story about the value of the university, but let its framing inspire us as we say, we need better ways to go forward in the face of hate and greed, alienation, violence, and environmental destruction. We need to understand human beliefs, motivations, and the different ways we find and make meaning and develop obligations and allegiances. We need to understand the full range of the world's languages, experiences, aspirations, and memories. And above all, we need to cultivate care for the world, and past, present, and future. We need to do this work together to preserve freedom for everyone. And the simple truth is that and it's almost too simple as I hear myself saying it out loud, is that the work of study and understanding is the work we need to do to make democracy function. The market, despite everything you're hearing about for-profit education these days, just cannot take on this task. It engages everyone, that's true, but it's not plural. Quite the opposite. It's designed for a single goal, to make profit. The point of the university is to cultivate skills and knowledge that help the market do its thing, not denying our embeddedness in it. But the university is here to equip us to manage our plurality, our variety, our diversity, by studying ourselves and our world, by connecting with and understanding one another as people, as individuals and groups, in all our amazing and often crazy plurality. And we were hearing talk of all of this in every panel actually today. Let me dwell on one more way plurality needs to be really a core part of our story. In 1837, the German philosopher Hegel said this: "At this point, we leave Africa, not to mention it again, for it is no historical part of the world. It has no movement or development to exhibit." 1837, not that long ago. Today, that one-dimensional image of Africa as a place without history has given way to the true stories of the active role Africa has played and continues to play in making the modern world. I hardly need tell you this did not happen, this progress, by chance. It is the collective accomplishment of a generation of scholars, 2 generations, more, in fact, across the disciplines of history, archaeology, literature, art history, music, economics, political science, and more, right? The fields that shape how we understand the world. Progress like this portrays the true interconnectedness of humans across borders we might otherwise treat as solid walls separating alien peoples from each other. So, such an easy, that wall building, as we were just hearing in the last panel, such an easy thing to do, such an easy act to perpetuate. And I want to point out here that there is a direct positive correlation between this progress and scholars and scientists' diversity, their representation of the democratic diversity all around us. Let's remember that by diversifying college student populations over the past 50 years through Pell Grants and increased funding for community colleges and, yes, DEI initiatives, we also diversified the people who earn doctorates and embark on careers in teaching and research. Up until 1972, the percentage of women who earned doctorates never exceeded 15% of the total, and most of those earned doctorates did not feed into tenured positions in the academy. By 1980, really quickly, as affirmative action in college admissions started to affect graduate schools, that percentage of women had doubled. And it's only gone up since then, with mixed consequences, as we could also talk about. Black faculty remain underrepresented, but their numbers have risen in that same time period from below 4% of faculty in 1975 to 7.6 in 2021. These new faculty transformed academia, they transformed the university, and they continue to do so. They insist, and they're not alone, but they lead in insisting on teaching topics and studying questions that have been belittled or ignored. They cultivate atmospheres attentive to students' well-being and conducive to learning. They struggle to create curricula and to secure funding for research agendas that are representative of all Americans, all humans, and that are responsive to their interests. They fight, for example, to study breast cancer and sickle cell disease, to read Wollstonecraft and Du Bois along Plato and Kant, to reveal the true story of the American continent, as well as the African one, by telling it from the perspective of the many peoples that make up this place: enslaved Africans, Chinese laborers, displaced indigenous nations, and other groups. The varied perspectives that scholars and scientists bring to their work today directly improves every field and our individual and our communal well-being. More accurate measures of human thriving are produced by economists who bring different values to the table. Right? Academics who share racial and cultural backgrounds with community participants tend to co-design higher quality research programs. A research group in public health treats physicians differently and treats physician-patient relations differently when led by a Black woman who is assumed by emergency room doctors to be suffering from a venereal disease rather than diverticulitis, a story I heard in a presentation a couple of years ago. It's a wonderful example of bias and its remediation. And a diverse lab helps ensure that crimes like those perpetuated against Black men in the Tuskegee experiments will never happen again. My point, and again, I hate to belabor it, but I feel like it's a story that risks not keeping being told, is that over the past few decades, our understanding of the world in the university has blossomed not only because of the scope of our inquiry has expanded, but because the inclusion of difference fundamentally changes the questions we ask. It makes them better. And this is a milestone we have to celebrate, even as we acknowledge there's a long way to go, much work to be done. So one final thought about the story we need to tell, I want to share, arises from the moment we're in. And this is before I get to the second part, so I do have a little more to say after this. But one final thought arises from this moment, which is a moment, as we've talked about directly and indirectly all through today. It's a moment of the normalization of hatred in public discourse. I've always believed myself that scholarship, study, and scientific research are among the most profound acts of human love. Not love of wisdom in the abstract sense, or at least not just that. But when a scholar directs attention to a poet who died 2,000 years ago, or to a painting made on the other side of the world, or to the pattern that light makes as it radiates from a faraway star, or to the economic structure of a society long gone or far away, or next door, right now, that person may be doing, foundational research or archival work or critical or interpretive work. But they're also doing the human work of attention, which is the work of love. Love of humanity anchors our effort to preserve and understand the marvelous particularity and plurality of humans and the natural world. I'm not suggesting that love reign in politics. I've already said, I actually believe in what was said earlier in my own work on Cicero bears this out, that politics is conflict. I'm suggesting instead that we rely on the force of love to help carry us to the people we need to speak with. So to whom do we tell the story of the university as a public good? We start with the people we know, the connections we have outside the university or on its borders, trustees, high school teachers, coaches, chambers of commerce, local employers, church groups, civic groups, reading groups, public libraries. We're not aiming here to convince the haters. We're aiming to convince the neutrals, the light skeptics. And we say, we here together today, we in our universities, we are not one. We're not one people or one community or one religion or anything else. We are plural. And we all share this planet with other species of animals and plants with whom we communicate on only the most basic level, if at all. And if you saw the plants in my New York apartment, you would say, not at all. Only knowing how the world works, only cultivating the habits of communication and talking and exchange can save us. These are the essential contributions of a community devoted to inquiry, the establishment of mutual understanding across difference, whether we're discussing the meaning of a poem or a law, the workings of cells, or water systems. And we add the university is crucial in helping solve a major problem for democracy, polarization, or simply bad habits of communication. Now, I'm moving that now into changes we need to make if we are to make this story plausible and believable to the people we're speaking with. And here we have very challenging questions to put to us and to our practice. Do we center difficult conversations in our undergraduate teaching? Do we teach all of us as best we can, or even touch on some of the skills that were shared with us by Matt and the other panelists just now? Do we think of our classrooms as places to accustom students to genuine disagreements, whether we're teaching French or political thought or chemistry? Obviously plays out differently in different fields. Does our graduate teaching address the full range of the modes of communication involved in producing and circulating knowledge? Now I'm thinking of what I said earlier at the very beginning about the university's failure really to come to grips with digital technology. Do we teach graduate students to produce not just publications, but how to teach really well? Do we teach them to speak in public? Do we teach them to write for the public? Do we teach podcasts? Do we teach digital mapping? Do we teach all the ways in which one can engage with audiences these days? Do faculty incorporate it into our vision of our jobs, the duty, don't want to lose that word, the duty of communicating with people outside the academic community. Now, you're probably asking now, well, these are nice questions to ask in the abstract, but who's going to come to listen? I mean, we could speak, who's going to be there? This is the hard work. This is the work that's going to take time. Building, and in some cases rebuilding, but in most cases just building for the first time, this community of engaged co-producers of knowledge is the work, I think, of this and the next generation. And if we won't do it, I really believe we won't have a university in 50 years. You know, the institution will be replaced by other things, and I think less good things. We need to embrace a new phase of university life, call it reparative culture, in the sense that we need to expand our community, build relations with the communities around us. This means we need to reorder the professional habits of the research university to accommodate the energy and time, and to recognize the energy and time that this work will require. So let me, as I start to wind up, just talk about two changes in expectations, examples of the kinds of cultural and policy change that would help the university be visible as a core institution of democracy in the pretty grandiose terms I laid out earlier. First, for many, many years now, and I gestured to this just a minute ago, scholars have been exploring, some scholars have been exploring new ways to circulate knowledge. Multimedia publications, graphic novels, team-written essays, podcasts, work that includes creative writing or memoir. Multimodal productions like CUNY's Firstborn Digital Dissertation, an amazing game, but also a resource for learning about Walt Whitman and his poetry and his life in Brooklyn. These things are starting to gain purchase very slowly. ACLS, in fact, my own organization, has moved as quickly and as aggressively with the funding we have in this direction. We've funded for the first time public humanities programs, thanks to the NEH, and an Open Books Prize that we hope will celebrate and incentivize digital publishing. But here's the rub. I say some scholars have been doing this work for decades, and they've been incredibly bold and courageous. But for many reasons, much of this work still tends to run into problems when it encounters the rules and the habits of the research university as it's currently shaped. And this is a serious problem, but this is one that we, and really here I mean we faculty especially, we administrators especially, but also members of the public, parents, students, of all kinds who are looking at rankings and saying, what do they mean? We all need to be engaged in fixing this problem, because changing the faculty reward structure has everything to do with fixing the way that universities rank themselves. So this means better calibrating, really, really careful work of better calibrating specialization, scholarly or scientific specialization, with popular interest. And here we really have to stop and think that if the purpose of producing knowledge is to enrich understanding, presumably for people inside and outside campus walls, can't we make the central requirement for advancement at so many research universities more flexible? This is just one example. The book that we require for tenure at so many research universities. If you're an undergraduate, you may not know. If you have an assistant professor as your teacher, he or she or they are working hard on their book that they have to publish for tenure, if they're in the humanities or the social sciences for the most part. And don't get me wrong, books are really good things. ACLS helps many, many people produce them. What I'm arguing for, though, is that that single requirement, over-fetishized and over-determined, is too narrow. So I'm arguing for a plural approach to defining what counts in the production and circulation of knowledge. This means thinking differently about doctoral education, about the people we recruit to it, and the shape of the scholarly groupings we create in the university. But the point is, we have to embrace new forms of circulating knowledge, give them legitimacy, give them visibility, give them celebration and awards, and we have to do it now. Now, the second change is related to the first, and now I'm really wrapping up, make a radical shift in our interlocutors. We need to ask whether the 4-year degree granted to people who are mostly 21 or 22 is the hill we really want to die on, because we are, many of us, kind of dying on it. It's not a system that suits the vast majority of people very well. And I'm not necessarily suggesting that absolutely everybody go to college in the same way that college is designed now. I would like a world where everybody goes to college, but it doesn't have to take the same form as the 4-year degree or even the 2-year degree. The research university has many models of success to look to here. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. Affordable part-time programs used to be hosted in our own spaces in the research university until pretty recently. So to make the university, I think, to quote Michael Lind one more time, he used the phrase, I think, a mass-based countervailing power. If we want to make the university a mass countervailing power, we need to stand up against the commodification of the degree and design a variety of experiences and access paths to our courses, our research, and our scholarship. And I would say, when I say access paths, I don't just mean people coming into campus, I also mean us going out. One of the very last things, Vartan Gregorian, who was president of the Carnegie Corporation for many, many years, before that, president of Brown, leader of the New York Public Library, one of the last things he said to me before he died came out, I think, of his formative years in post-war, mid-century America. He said, "Joy, we have to break down the walls between campus and the office and the mall and the factory. Let's set up some kind of experience that does that." And I have to admit, at the time, I thought he was a little crazy, but that has rung in my mind as the right, and it's settled there, really, as the right path forward. Let's not let Starbucks set up its own university. Let's get into the coffee shops and teach there. Let's get on TV, start 1,000 podcasts, create partnerships with city agencies and unions. In a country where faculty are 25 times more likely to have a parent with a PhD, this is not going to be easy. Our universities are filled with faculty who feel totally at home inside the bounds of the university as it exists now. We don't find it easy to venture out of it, especially when we don't feel welcome, we get rebuffed, we don't feel it's totally safe. But by finding ways to become a more integral part of the communities in which we live, we are going to find, I think, ourselves changed in the process for the better, because that change will take us in a democratic direction. It will be exciting. It will be learning for us to do. So we have to make all this possible, we have to make the academic system serve us and not the other way around. Because the fact is that institution by institution and field by field, our current institutional norms are not meeting the demands of the moment. Everything I've just described that I feel we need to do and the ways in which we have to transform the university, this can't be done in the 25th hour of the day. It can't be add-ons. It has to be engaged has to be part of the way we measure ourselves, part of our public goals, part of our official responsibilities. So right now, we have a chance to bring a powerful narrative to university leadership, to legislators, to the people that we need to sustain the university into the future. It says that the knowledge we create is necessary, that we boldly reward a wide variety of approaches to the production and circulation of knowledge, that we embrace collaboration, we embrace co-creation, we reject isolation and fragmentation. It says we take seriously the goals of knowledge production locally and globally by directing our energy to teaching and talking with people outside academia. It says we are a little late to the party. We don't have to lead with that, but we might want to acknowledge along the way with humility that we're a little late to the party, but we are ready to remake our world and serve those to whom we have become, in large part, strangers. There is a lot to say. I've already gone over. I've only scratched the surface, but I look forward to your questions. Thank you. Oh, sure. Yeah, great.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Connolly, for this really, really essential and inspiring talk. My name is Pauline Strong, and I'm a professor here, and I have the great honor of engaging in conversation with Dr. Connolly about her talk, with Joy, okay. With Joy about her talk. And this conversation will be informed by your questions. So please use the QR code and send some questions my way. And I will start with what I see here in front of me. I especially want to encourage the students in the audience to send questions, because this is a talk about the future, and you are the future. So the first question is, why should the state support the research of faculty who self-consciously see themselves as a moral or political avant-garde that is out ahead of or apart from the median member of the public? So this is a question about the estrangement that you mentioned at the end of your talk.
Yeah, that's a really very good question. I think that one of the things that drives my confidence in this rebuilding, or at least in the promise, like why I think it's worth thinking about and trying to plan, is that members of the public, and I was trying to avoid that phrase, but people. I think we've all, in some ways, many panelists have struggled a little bit with what we see. We don't want to say non-academics, because who wants to be called by a negative? But let's say people outside the academy. One of the things that gives me confidence in this rebuilding community and re-envisioning what the university community is, to be much bigger, to embrace many more people, especially local community members, or at least starting there, is that those people outside the academy have so many diverse and deep interests. And in many ways, and here I should say, the internet, social media, has been revelatory in this sense, in a very good way, to put those interests on display, to make them visible to all of us. I did a lot of work in my own area in studying Roman literature and culture on scholarship as a kind of fan culture. It's especially pronounced, I know this is a little bit of a digression, but it is directly relevant. It's especially pronounced in late Republican and early imperial Roman culture, when Romans are writing, as they love to do, about Greek thinkers and Greek artists and poets. They write really very much as fans of these, of these earlier, in some cases centuries earlier, cultural producers. And it's made me, having studied these people closely in their writings, it's made me think differently about scholarship now. And scientific research is a little less clearly connected, but I think the mindset a lot of scientists in general bring to their work is still comparable. We do behave with our material like fans. We can be quite obsessive about it. We learn all kinds of ins and outs. We take careful notes. We imagine. We fantasize possible answers. We speculate with each other. So when I think about those habits of mind that scholars in a different way, scientists bring to their work, and then I look, I go on the internet and I see the incredibly elaborate, complex, sophisticated ways in which people are talking about everything from the design of a truck to airplane crashes and why they happen, to movies and TV. We were talking about Succession earlier, to the meaning of rap lyrics. There is such an incredibly rich and, I would say, scholarly production of knowledge out there that is akin, really, to what we do. And so this is not to deny I'm just, the bridge, I think, kind of tactically, is to lift that up and acknowledge it and celebrate it, and not, as many scholars do, try to push it away and say, well, yes, that happens, but we do this. We do this more, which, given how I hate faculty bashing. I don't want to do that. But to understand where that distancing desire comes from and think through it, and then try to put it aside and build the bridges. So I think, I think at the end of the day, saying that many of the attitudes like the positioning and even the posing, the adoption of avant-garde critical attitudes, some snobbery, some arrogance that we see in academic culture. I want to say it's a human activity, and it's also akin to some of the postures that we see taken, about things that people care about outside the academy too. So lots of work to do, and the moral burden falls on academics. I'm not denying that at all. I'm just trying to see the ways in which if we cast scholarly activity in different ways and then give more respect to kinly activities that we don't yet call scholarly, but should or might, I think should, will have taken good steps.
Thank you. What are your thoughts on the core curriculum and the debate between those who uphold it as a way to establish common grounds within the American public and those who favor the open curriculum model, which enables individual freedom but less of a polity?
Oh, I have gone in so many circles around this question. I'm so glad that someone asked this. Thank you. My first administrative job actually at NYU, my first serious one, by which I define serious by when you have to move into another office and you don't have your departmental office anymore. It's kind of a serious administrative job. It takes you out of your departmental home. It was actually running NYU's core curriculum, which was required in different measures of all the undergraduates at NYU. The College of Arts and Science students took all of it, unless they tested out of it, and say something about that in a second. The Stern School of Business students took most of it, but not the quantitative part, and you can the School of Education, people took different pieces of it, but they all partook of some of it. So it was a fascinating program to run, and we made it at the time as flexible as we could, but still stuck to really only two categories of courses, and even those categories had many options. So it wasn't really a core curriculum, it was more of a kind of general education approach, even though we called it a core curriculum. I thought that was the right balance to take at the time, and for many years after, I continued to think that openness and flexibility was the right approach. I have come to think that the openness and flexibility of offering students options within categories is right, but I would be much more rigid, honestly, about requiring categories, not allowing students to test out of them, and becoming in general more prescriptive for the first 2 years of a college education than I used to be. Partly for the reasons of building community, partly for making really kind of it's a bit of a big stick, and I don't like this aspect of it, but compelling certain experiences that will create grounds for the kinds of difficult conversations I think the university needs to do a better job of teaching how to have and make that experience harder to avoid for students, harder to avoid for faculty. So that's my general sense of it. I am pretty suspicious, though, of canon-based core curricula that have no options because they're abused so terribly, and often the faculty hate to teach them. So,
thank you. This is a very topical question right now here in Texas.
Got it.
The questioner says, I'm thinking about Max Weber's idea of an ethic of responsibility and what implication it would have for a university in terms of generating support from a legislature whose politics differ dramatically from the prevailing politics of the university faculty. I don't know what you all are talking about. What are the kinds of hard decisions that a university leadership should make from the position of an ethic of responsibility, perhaps sacrificing certain objectives in pursuit of the broader political viability of the institution?
It's a really hard question. And I feel, having been an interim college president and a provost, I am very sensitive, as I was saying yesterday, to the dangers of Monday morning quarterbacking or lecturing from outside and saying, this is what you should do, because these these moments of decision-making that are thrust upon one are really difficult. That said, it is an opportunity to double down on this, I would say, on this story, or some version of the story, or maybe a different story, a better story than the one I was telling today, in trying to sit down with legislators. And there are opportunities for university leadership to do this, to sit down with usually staffers and then legislators to map out some common ground about what is foundational and fundamental about the university. We were talking casually today with a few people about the paradox of many legislators, many politicians criticizing the university, the academy, but fighting very hard for their own kids to get into prestigious universities. This is, whether it's, we can go a long way in trying to guess what the psychology of this is, but it is a chance to say, what value do you see, and do you want to boil down that value? This experience, you're going to make your kid go to college for 4 years just to get a credential, just to get a name? I don't think so. I think you're looking for an experience. So let's talk about what that experience is. So that's the beginning of the conversation, I think, about trying to take the moral high ground to a degree, not being apologetic about doing that, presenting maybe an alternative moral vision of what education does with and for people, and then pointing to a lot of evidence that we're probably all familiar with about the value of a college education. Attempts, and I'll point you to the National Humanities Alliance, for example, which has collected a lot of survey data, both on employability, but also about reports of happiness and satisfaction in life. So there's room for that too, I think, in this conversation.
Thank you. There's a couple of questions about class. And this one says, do you believe working class people in our current economic system, those who are working long hours to just make ends meet, would have the energy or time to engage in the version of the university you imagine? How can they believe the engagement would benefit them when their main concern is the survival of themselves and their families?
That's like I think I said this yesterday to somebody else who asked a similar, a comparable question. It's like the $60,000 million question. So I think at least two things are in the mix here, and more, but I'll just say two. When I quoted Vartan Gregorian's, let's bring the university into the factory, and my initial reaction actually was along these lines of like, how could we possibly expect, factory being a metaphor, standing in for workplaces, how do we expect or even have the gall to ask that, or imagine asking more of people? And I think, setting Vartan aside because the conversation more or less ended there, but I think what was in his mind, and certainly what then he inspired me to think about, was how the university, how faculty, how students now can frame this effort as an effort to interrupt the vicious cycle that people find themselves caught in, the kind of meat grinder that, and I'm sure we have friends and relatives and so on caught up in it, of exactly the kind of life, where you don't have time to think about anything else, and you're rightly angry at the thought that you might be asked to devote your attention anywhere else. So here is where, and the devil is really in the details, but where, that's why I mentioned the Starbucks effort. Smart companies, and smart for their own self-interest, don't mean this as a label of virtue here necessarily, although sometimes some of what they do has good effects, and I want to deny that. But Starbucks was onto something, and other companies are onto something when they offer experiential educational opportunities to their employees. They see that hunger. They're not making life easy for their employees to do it, but it's a matter then of figuring out how to inject ourselves into that conversation and make the role of the university to figure out the problem. So this is a long way of saying, I don't have myself a great answer to the problem. I know of a lot of people who are trying to do it. College Unbound in Providence, Rhode Island is one really good example of this effort. Taking people who are, working class people, working long and also unpredictable hours, another thing to take into account. Actually, yeah, I'll stop there. I mean, this is an area where we can point to much effort and thought and successful experiments, and that's really all I can say is we can learn more about that, and write it into the mission of the research university in a way that it has been systematically erased over the last decades, and it wasn't always this way. So, but it's a really, really good hard question.
Thank you. Here's another hard question. Do you think gender, race, and sexuality programs have ultimately sown the seeds for the demise of the academy? I am not suggesting that we get rid of these programs, but these programs shaped censorship policies about language, defensive suppression of harmful speech. This is exactly the language of censorship used now against student activists on Palestine. I'll turn this into a question. Did we start an ill-fated strategy for social engineering?
I hear the temptation of that line of thinking, but I think my answer is absolutely no. When governments behind the Iron Curtain, just to take one, I'm guessing, uncontroversial example of censorship, when governments behind the Iron Curtain went after universities and started censoring and started, very much the same kinds of activities are going on now, looking at syllabuses, creating reading lists, creating lists of censored books and censored topics. With all respect to the suffering of the people who went through that, they happened to pick on philosophy, history, and literature because those were the areas where the most resistance was being fomented to the regimes at the time. It could have been math, it wasn't, but it could have been. And I think we're seeing the same dynamic now. They're not, state governments, this new administration is going after or are going after those fields and departments and programs where they see the greatest threat. But it could just be easily, and it might be next week, philosophy or history or literature or math or physics or engineering. So so I think the answer is no. And I would go back to what I said about just truly amazing. And I'm very wary of telling a celebratory triumphal story because there is so much work to be done, but we have come a really long way in terms of reordering or beginning to reorder, I'll say, our understanding of the world and the topics that matter and that deserve study because of the work of Black studies and women's studies. So that's just a massive reward and a massive plus we need to put front and center when we think about the dynamics in play here and the choices in front of us.
Thank you. In the public criticisms of the university, a lack of intellectual diversity is often discussed. Is this something you consider an issue, and if so, how might it be addressed?
I do, actually. I do think it's an issue, and I've been uncomfortable in the last few years of the negative reactions when I've said that it is an issue and people get upset. And I think, well, this is kind of acting out exactly the problem. But I would say that it isn't so much a matter of opinion or thought. I'm very wary of any kind of thought police approach to any activity inside or outside the academy, outside the university. So for me, I'm more concerned about, to go back to Weber, actually, Weber has a couple pages at the end of his scholar's vocation, which I don't agree with all of it wholesale, but these couple of pages are really, really cogent. He says, why do I think that, and I think he poses it as a question, he says, why do I think professors shouldn't stand in front of their students and tell them how to vote or what to think about a particular issue because they grade them. And they shouldn't do that because they have immense power over students. It's that simple. It's not that simple, but I think Weber really has a point. So I think we should not try to, not get anxious. Resist the attempts of the right or the media who are trying to stir up cliques by saying that that's all that happens in the university, or presenting, ideological censorship or, grade punishment as something that happens all the time. That's not true. That's just not true. We need to keep saying that. But if it happens, we should talk about it and figure out ways to avoid it, and then cultivate, as we heard panelists talk about earlier, habits of hosting and moderating difficult conversations, so that for ourselves as faculty, as teachers as well, not just, to moderate among students. So, and it's not easy, I think, for any teacher in the room. When you're presented with a student who's, I'm thinking of one particular example, maybe every teacher can think of your own, of a student who's intentionally trying to goad you or egg you on by, adopting positions that are combative and hurtful to people in the room. It is far from easy, but that's a skill that's part of teaching that we should be improving in ourselves all the time.
You touched on the idea that universities have become hostile to activism as a new phenomenon. How can universities embrace the idea of plurality in addressing what activism and free speech look like now?
Ooh, yeah, the question of the hour in my home city of New York, I think, and has been for a long time. Well, yeah, there are so many ways to think about this. I feel like I can just say two things. My organization doesn't issue many statements because we try to limit our statement. We're wary of becoming a statement mill because it just comes to take up all your time. But we did issue a statement expressing our anger and dismay at the presence, we phrased it carefully, so I'm gonna try to capture that, at the normalization of the quick response to call police onto campus that we saw happening in the last couple of years, especially with respect to Gaza-Palestine protests. And I feel really strongly about that. I'm shocked at the degree to which the presence of police, armed police on campuses, has become something we feel like we can have a normal debate about. I have a hard time having a normal debate about that. I find that an abnormal situation. And I'm always shocked when people are like, this is the debate. I'm like, oh, it is? Right, it is. How do we get here? So that's a line I feel important to draw in the sand. The second thing I'll say is when I was preparing, well, it doesn't matter why I went to this, but I was curious to see, because ACLS was founded in 1919, and we have these archives that in a certain sense, tell one piece of the story of the American Research University and Liberal Arts College. So I went to the archives of 1968 to see what people were saying. And at the annual meeting that ACLS holds every year, obviously, at the annual meeting in 68, they invited the prior president of ACLS, a guy named Charles Odegaard, a medievalist, who had gone on after he left ACLS to become president of the University of Washington, and he actually transformed the University of Washington from a regional great university into a great university on a national scale. He was a great administrator. And he had, I believe, retired by the time he gave this address, or maybe he was just on the cusp. But so my point is, an administrator with deep experience. And he was invited to give this address, and he talked about the protests in 1968, and the occupation of campuses, and he said a really amazing thing. And this was the squarest of the square, like Midwestern white guy, medievalist, So I was very curious to see what he would say. And he said, when we look at our campuses and we look at the occupations of campuses and presidential offices, let's ask, what are students doing? He said, let's think, we're running away. He said sometimes people say, why don't they protest in front of Army offices, Vietnam draft? Why aren't they protesting here and there, outside, off campus? Why don't they take the protest to where the decisions are made? He said, because the university is their home. They want to make it their home. And they're telling us that they're feeling they're not at home. And we have to listen to that. We just have to listen to them. And he goes on to say, they're young, they're doing some things that we may not agree with, we may even think they're foolish. And we should be allowed to talk about things that we think are effective and things that they're doing that we think are less effective. But fundamentally, they are occupying the place they want to be their home, and it is. So I think that's the best statement. As I said, I didn't know what to expect. I saw his name, and I knew a little bit about him, and I thought, and I thought I found the most, I couldn't say it any better. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your talk.
Thank you so much. Thank you for staying. Well, we do have the promise of a reception.
We have the promise of a reception, but I do first want to thank you again. I want to thank all the speakers who joined us, both those from far away and those from here at UT. I want to thank all of you for coming. And then I really want to thank those who made this day possible. First of all, Dean Ann Huff-Stevens, who is an extraordinary dean of liberal arts, and this gathering is her vision. And the staff in the College of Liberal Arts who made this possible, and that is Leora Vysotsky, Daniel Oppenheimer, and Callie Watson. And then I want to thank the faculty committee that came together to plan this event. And it's been really wonderful working with these faculty, and I think we put together something really, really worthwhile for all of us. So thanks to everyone, and again, thanks to Dr. Connolly.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks to everybody. Thank you for having me. And thanks to everyone who made it possible. Thank you. That was great. Thanks.